Good morning. This feels a little like back to school, but maybe not really. We only got 2 weeks versus the good old full summer, but it's great to see everyone. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, which is being held remotely, and today is Tuesday, August 30th, 2022. Please note that Supervisor Kuehl will not be in attendance at today's meeting. We'll take roll to confirm attendance. We'll begin with Supervisor Solis. Good morning.
Good morning. Present.
Supervisor Hahn.
I'm present.
Thank you. And Supervisor Barger.
I'm here, thank you.
Thank you. Feisha Davenport, Chief Executive Officer.
Present.
Don Harrison, Acting County Counsel.
Present.
Celia Zavala, Executive Officer.
Present.
Thank you. Supervisor Hahn, would you do us the honor of leading us in the pledge?
Yes, please stand if you're able and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, someday.
Thank you. As indicated on the posted agenda, we'll be taking telephonic public comments today separately for regular agenda items and for the public hearing items during today's meeting. The Executive Office of the Board received over 750 written public comments for today's meeting, and as those written comments were received, all of them were available to the supervisors for their consideration, consistent with the Brown Act requirements. We'll continue to receive written comments, public comments throughout today's meeting, which will become a part of the official record. Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, Set Matter 1 and 2. Set Matter 1 is a report by the Chief Executive Officer and appropriate department heads as necessary on the status of the American Rescue Plan funding and considerations of necessary action. Set Matter 2 is a discussion and consideration of necessary actions on the public health order related to COVID-19, updates on monkeypox, and the status of the COVID-19 and monkeypox vaccines. These items will be held for discussion. On page 3, public hearing items, items 3 through 9. On item 9, Supervisor Kuehl requests that this item be continued to September 27, 2022, as indicated on the posted agenda. The remaining items will be held for hearing. On page 6, consent calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 10 through 29. On item 10, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 14, Supervisor Hahn and members of the public request that this item be held. On item 17, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 19, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. This item relates to item 29. On item 20, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. On item 22, Supervisor Solis would like to revise her motion to include in the report back to the board a review of best management practices for drinking fountains and decorative fountains. On item 23, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. On item 29, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. On page 19, administrative matters, items 30 through 68. On page 36, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda, which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 37, separate matters. On page 39, special district agenda. This is the agenda for the Los Angeles County Development Authority. On page 40, notices of closed session. Item CS5 is addition as indicated on the supplemental agenda. The requests for continuances through CS5 are before you.
Thank you. Moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve these items, and that'll be the order.
That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll now take public comments for all agenda items with the exception of public hearing items 3 through 9. Again, we're going to take public comments for all agenda items excluding public hearing items 3 through 9. Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda and explain the speaking rules to those members of the public who are calling in to address the board.
As indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment should call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 133-6503. To repeat, please call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 133-6503. Do not call that number if you only want to listen to the meeting. To listen only, please call 877-873-8017 and follow the instructions. To members of the public calling in, when it's your turn to speak, please state your name and which agenda items you wish to speak on. We will allocate 90 minutes for public comment on all of the regular items, excluding public hearing items 3 through 9, which have a separate call-in number and will be heard at approximately 11:15 a.m. For all regular items, you will have 1 minute to speak on one agenda item or 2 minutes to speak on 2 or more agenda items. In addition, those who would like to address the board with general public comment will be provided 1 additional minute for a maximum total up to 3 minutes per speaker. We will continue to accept all written comments that come in during the meeting, which will become part of the record. When speaking on the regular agenda items, you must be on topic. Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you're not speaking on a topic, or if we cannot tell if you're speaking on an agenda item, you will get 1 warning from County Council or the chair. If you do not immediately or clearly get on topic, or if you stray off topic again, you will forfeit the rest of your time, and the chair will move to the next speaker. Please note, if you're also listening to the board meeting on a computer or speakerphone, you will need to turn down the volume on those devices as soon as the moderator calls on you. If you do not turn down the volume, there will be an echo. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our first participant is Asia Johnson. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Asia Johnson. I'm addressing item 23.
Please begin.
The accident that occurred recently. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm addressing item 23. The accident that occurred recently on Slauson and La Brea is unbelievable and will forever be etched in my memory. Now, although I didn't personally know anyone involved, my heart grieves with the community and loved ones of those who were victims of the senseless traffic incident. I strongly support this motion today because I've lived in the community all my life and noticing that things aren't as safe as they used to be. People drive really recklessly down La Brea, down Slauson, down Angeles Vista, which frequently results in tragic outcomes. And something must be done to rectify these situations and make our streets safe again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Anthony Aronoff. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Anthony Arenas, and I'm going to be speaking on 143133 in general public comment. For 14, over 70 women have had their lives destroyed or forever altered by probation. It's reprehensible and irresponsible that the only action the board can think to take is to request a report from the probation department itself on the steps they're taking to prevent sexual assault. It's fairly obvious that probation is not taking any steps at all to prevent sexual assault. If they were, 70 women would not have been sexually assaulted. It's laughable to do nothing more than request a report, and the report is not even by the Inspector General nor an oversight commission, but by the Chief Probation Officer, the most biased possible source. This is a meaningless motion that accomplishes essentially nothing and does little to rectify the sexual violence committed by probation or hold anyone accountable, and the board has to take steps immediately to close juvenile facilities and defund the probation department. For item 31, there are many LA County departments that are benefiting from this infusion of funds from Measure J, and they're conducting business as usual. But to be clear, Measure J/CFCI funds are intended to be money for the community because we, the voters, clearly and loudly said they were on November 3rd of 2020. It's very clear that the board, the county CEO, and the Alternatives to Incarceration teams are not willing to do the hard work required to create the meaningful changes that Measure J voters asked for. Members of this body have expressed the difficulty in determining which concepts get included in the spending plan because there are just so many urgent needs in our communities, yet the county CEO is unwilling to fully fund CFCI. This body should be pushing for greater investments in CFCI funds, necessary community services for our most impacted communities. And for 33, there's a crisis in our jails. In the last 2 weeks alone, there have been numerous reports of dysfunctional oversight in the inmate reception center, county transport buses breaking down, and people trapped inside of Men's Central Jail because LASD had a technological mishap. This is unacceptable. The county spends $3.4 billion a year on the Sheriff's Department, approved over $3 million to fund the purchase of military tanks by the Sheriff's Department. Yet the county can't pay for the maintenance of buses that transport people to their court hearings. How is this a care-first approach?
Excuse me?
And people with serious mental health
Your time has
issues are
expired.
being forced to wait on benches.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Dolores Canales. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing and whether you'll also address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, good morning. My name is Dolores Canales. I'm calling in support of agenda item number 14. Incarceration of our youth is already traumatizing enough, and to think that these allegations brought forth of what is happening to our young girls that are incarcerated in our facilities, we do need answers, but not only answers, we need solutions. And that's why it's so important as we work towards the decarceration of our youth. I strongly support this motion, and I thank Supervisors Hahn and Mitchell for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Peter Warda. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing and whether you'll also address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Peter Warda, and I'm with Vega, the Valley Industry and Commerce Association. I'm speaking on general public comment. As you may know, the state of California held a managed care plan procurement for managed care services for Medi-Cal beneficiaries this year. The Department of Health Care Services announced its initial results last week. While HealthNet's proposal was successful in many counties, DHCS ignored local voices of organizations. The proposed decision is a radical change in the way healthcare will be delivered in LA and disrupt the access to care for more than 1 million people. HealthNet has partnered with the state for decades to provide equitable and quality care and swiftly implemented managed care and now CalAIM. It's these safety net clinics, providers, and CalAIM engaged community-based organizations that will have to scramble again to implement rulings from the state. We urge you to weigh in on this ill-conceived decision that will meaningfully derail the state's priority program and impact our local communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Leon Bloom. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Thank you. I'm addressing item number 23. And as a resident of View Park, Windsor Hills, I implore the Board of Supervisors to pass Motion 2004 as it will save lives in our neighborhood. The crash at La Brea and Slauson was one of many fatal crashes in my neighborhood this year. Crashes are increasing in severity with many innocent lives lost. And it's just sad to see people dying on our streets every month and innocent drivers being injured very frequently. It's a dangerous issue that has been occurring at all hours in the afternoon and the evenings. People in our part of unincorporated LA County are dying at rates never seen before. We've been asking the county for decades to take action on specific intersections and streets, but the response has been very limited. We desperately need the county to agree upon this motion so we can have coordinated efforts to make View Park Windsor Hills safe for drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists, and across South LA. So the roads in our neighborhoods have encouraged drivers to speed accessibly. As an example, La Brea, Slauson, La Cienega, and Stalker are effectively highways that have been historically expanded in our neighborhood, and they don't have adequate safety measures.
Your time has
to
expired.
protect lives.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Our next participant is Genevieve Clairville. Please state the agenda items you're addressing and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Yes, Dr. Genevieve Clairville. I will address item 2, 27, and 33. Item 2 is about time that Dr. Ferrer listened to the medical doctors. Right now, we have almost no admission of people with COVID, and actually none in ICU. And, you know, I think it's about time that we start our life again and stop wearing masks everywhere. On item 33, I am glad to see that the board is following a lot of the recommendation of the grand, civil grand jury. On item 27, when are you going to reopen? There is no excuse now not to be open to the public. As it is, every city and many other cities have totally reopened their chambers. Right now, the county is definitely not allowing the public voice to be heard. You need to reopen, 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 reopen. Have a nice week. Bye.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Zoe Rawson. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Zoe Rawson with Arts for Healing and Justice Network and LAU's Uprising, commenting on 14 and general public comment. Item 14 is about the exploitation of young people in the probation system. On exploitation, Ms. Bell Hooks writes, love and abuse cannot coexist. Abuse and neglect are, by definition, the opposites of nurturance and care. Young people are cynical about love. Ultimately, cynicism is the great mask of the disappointed and betrayed heart. Bell Hooks was a civil rights leader who taught us how patriarchy and racism operate within systems of incarceration, probation, and government, as a way to justify the exploitation, the unfair treatment of some for the benefit of others, and how this exploitation leads specifically to Black women and gender nonconforming groups experiencing the worst conditions of any other group in American society. These are the young people, the young women in our probation system. Denying this truth empowers abuse and neglect to continue, and there is nothing a young person can do or say that is a justification for a government system allowing the exploitation of their minds, their bodies, and their spirits. The Board of Supervisors is the responsible system for the following abuses of power being carried out by probation. The probation department continues to abuse and neglect youth. There has been no divestment of the probation budget, despite abuse and neglect. Young people are currently forced to be within facilities and cultures that harm them. Those facilities have not been shut down, and those people that attempt to justify their power and their abuse of power have not been prevented from harming youth. Resources have not been committed adequately to youth development. The Board of Supervisors are the responsible system for the following reparations: divestment and abolition of probation, youth exploitation, and
Your
youth
time has expired.
incarceration.
May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Jose Osuna. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning. I'm addressing item 14 and general public comment. My name is Jose Osuna. I am a member of the Public Safety Realignment Team as appointed by Supervisor Hahn, and I was a member of the Probation Reform and Implementation Team, also known as the PRIT, also appointed by Supervisor Hahn. I want to thank Supervisor Hahn and Supervisor Mitchell for item 14 for putting this motion forward. I think it's a great start, but I also hope that there's a lot more action behind this issue. We know that 70 plus young girls, these are not, I wouldn't call them women, these are still children, a lot of them that have come forward with allegations against probation staff alleging sexual abuse. I don't want to think about all the other girls that have not come forward yet. I do believe that there are more cases that will be presented that haven't come out yet. I want to say a few things. First of all, I'm glad that the chief of probation will be called upon to present a report out, but I think that's just the beginning. We know, especially through the process, that one of the main components in this dynamic that refuses to acknowledge their part in reform and in being held accountable is frontline staff, the labor, the unions that represent the probation officers that have allegedly committed these actions. I'd love to hear from them as well. They often come to the Probation Oversight Commission meetings and talk in a very negative manner about the wards that they have to take care of. They talk negatively about the community. I'd love for them to come forward and address this issue that they are being accused of. I think they need to be someone at the table in order for us to move these type of issues forward so that they don't happen again.
Excuse me.
Once again.
Your time has expired. May we have the next speaker, please?
Thank you very much.
Our next participant is Sam Lewis. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning. As you know, my name is Sam Lewis. I'm the Executive Director of ARC, the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I'm here to speak in support of item 14 and to comment on general public comment. In terms of the allegations of sexual abuse by probation, I believe that we do actions that have been taken to make sure not only that this is investigated, those that are responsible are brought to justice, and not only that, but to make sure that this never, ever happens again in this department. In terms of general public comment, I'd like to speak to opposing the use of Barry J. Nidoff as the secure youth track facility. I don't think the compound is a place where kids should be at. I think it feels more like a jail, as most of you know. As most of you know, I'm in Barry J. every weekend. I've also been to Las Padrinas. I believe that we should consider using Las Padrinas as the facility where youth will finish out their sentences, and not Barry J. It's just not the place. How do you put a kid in a cell without having a restroom to use? They have to knock on the door in the middle of the night to use the restroom. Just one example of the many things that I think is wrong with Barry J. And I think we should look at Las Padrinas as the facility that should be built out and continue to work to shrink that are currently incarcerated in our probation system. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Kent Mendoza. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Oh, hello, Board Supervisor. My name is Kent Mendoza. I'm with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I'm just here to speak in support of item number 14. Really thank you to Supervisor Janice Hahn and Supervisor Holly Mitchell for, bringing this motion forward. I think this is just another sad thing to find out about a department that continues to show that they are not capable of caring young people. So I think that it's great that we're taking the steps to really address these issues, and I hope that the Board of Supervisors continues to do more things that are, going to help prevent these things from happening in the future and to really hold this department accountable for everything they've been doing. And also, I would love to provide general public comment. I think another thing that, a crisis that we're seeing in LA County that I don't think a lot of people are really looking at or paying attention, especially the board of supervisors, is that there's a bunch of young kids who are currently stuck in Burger J. Juvenile Hall, aka the compound. This is a place that I was in 2011. The same thing that used to happen in 2011, where kids are stuck in their cells most of the day. They can't come out only simply to eat lunch, eat breakfast, eat dinner, shower, and to use the restroom.
Excuse me?
And 1 hour programming. These are the same things that are happening
Your
now.
time has expired.
Nothing has changed.
May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Roxanne Hogue. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, yes, I'm going to be addressing set item 2, public health, agenda item 27, and general public comment. I want to say thank you to all of you who are there, Holly and Hilda and Catherine and Janice. I'm afraid that the LA Public Health Department is making you guys look like fools and a laughing stock. They are no longer following any science. To have children have to be subjected to a 10-day close contact mask mandate means that since May, our children in all schools, public and private, end up being masked anyway. You have to stop her. There's a high heat warning this week, and yet Gilcheck wants kids to be masked when they sing, when they play sports, or where they're around other people. This leads to idiocy, like one twin getting a close contact notice, having to mask at school for 10 days, while his twin brother does not because they weren't in close contact at school. Public health is using incorrect, outdated information about transmission. I have it on my Twitter feed, and I've contacted you with it. And they're not allowing public comment or interaction, which is really reflects poorly on you. As for agenda item 27, I'm so glad that we have teleconferencing and the ability to include more people, and I'm sure you are as well. But you have to have public meetings with the public attending once again. I know that you don't need to continue social distancing because I witnessed each and every one of you, including Sheila, hugging and enjoying human contact at the fabulous luncheon when Dr. Ferrer was awarded Woman of the Year. You don't need to exclude the 10 million people, only maybe 20 of whom will ever show up at a meeting anymore. It is time for normalcy. The rest of the country has moved on. The rest of the world has moved on. Actual doctors, including the ones at LA County USC, say that COVID is endemic. Let us live our lives. By the way, the lawsuit that has been brought against public health will also affect you because it'll be paid for. It's being paid for out of taxpayer dollars in our budget, and you need to pay attention to the people. I know you can do it. Don't make an all-female board look like idiots. Thank you so much and have a great day.
May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Gwendolyn Julian. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning. Gwendolyn Julian, Executive Director of the Probation Oversight Commission. I will be speaking on item 14 and general public comment. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. Item 14 represents a crucial and difficult conversation about the safety of children in probation halls and camps. Thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for bringing this motion forward and Chair Mitchell for co-authoring. I know you will ask the difficult questions today about why there are 70 allegations of sexual assault in our facilities. One allegation would be alarming and too many. 70 is unimaginable. I also want to thank Supervisor Hahn and her public message about this news for drawing the connection between the horror of these allegations and the important work that we're doing to decarcerate all the girls and gender-expansive youth in LA County based on Supervisor Solis and Hahn's motion last year. Our goal through Youth Justice Reimagined and the Probation Oversight Commission is clear. Eliminate the reliance on incarceration for all children in the spirit of care first, jails last. This is a goal that has multiple steps and some obstacles that we're working to overcome. However, with girls and gender-expansive youth, we have both an excellent opportunity and an obligation, given these allegations and the other issues in the facilities, to find other options for them right now. There are fewer than 40 girls incarcerated in LA County today, and a large number of those girls have open DCFS cases, Many are victims of human trafficking, and some are incarcerated mostly because there is not a safe and appropriate placement for them given their needs. We owe it to them to find alternatives. We owe it to them to ensure they're not further victimized inside our facilities. And you can be sure that the Probation Oversight Commission will continue to follow up on this issue through public meetings and hearings. Thank you again, supervisors, for bringing this motion forward to promote accountability, and I hope you will all support it.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Christina Wilson. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning. I'm Christina Wilson. I'm calling to provide a general public comment on agenda item 21. First, thanks to Supervisor Solis for introducing this motion supporting the Afghan Adjustment Act. I'm not Afghan, but I know many incredible families and sweet children. They've had their homeland turned into a living hell at no fault of their own. They're running out of places to go, being rejected, unlike refugees from other countries. The newly arrived Afghans deserve a permanent protection and a pathway to legal status in LA and beyond. I know they'll bring many great things to our city with their beautiful culture and warm spirits from the heart of human civilization. I urge the board to pass this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Peggy Kennedy. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Peggy Lee Kennedy, and I am with the Venice Justice Committee. I'm sorry Sheila Q is absent today, but I'll pretend I'm in Supervisor Hahn's district. I would like to speak on item 31, 33, and general public comment. First, I want to say that I'm in favor of this funding. That's great, but it really looks like some kind of a sideways slow walk of what the intent was for Measure J. I feel strongly that it's not enough. How many people are suffering and will continue to suffer in the jails right now because this board and the alternative to incarceration team are not living up to what the voters asked for. We want decarceration, and you need to do it, please, and fund it. That's really important. On 33, I completely oppose this report. Yet another report supporting mass incarceration. God help you or your relatives or anybody you know who goes to jail in LA County. I mean, God help you. It's not a good thing. You have to not pay attention to this report or to the sheriffs that influenced it. It's just more mass incarceration, and it's not what we want. We want decarceration. That's the most important thing. People suffer in this jail, and you need to recognize that, please. For my general public comment, I want you to know that my daughter is Black. My daughter lives with a major mental illness. From her first break until now, we have experienced, especially my daughter, some of the most horrible things have happened to her because of misdiagnosis, because she's Black, because she has mental health issues. The housing is awful. It's completely been erased. She lives in a board and care, one of the last few ones that exist now. And her only solution sometimes seems to be that if she became homeless, she could enter into this crazy lottery system to get into one of these supportive housing for unhoused people, which is the worst thing I can imagine happening for her and me. Why is it? Why that this board can't take action fast? Now you have the money. We voted Measure J. Do it. I mean, really, people are out there suffering on the street. People who don't have me, they're fighting for them regularly. I mean, these people are suffering. And your county health department is working with the police a lot of times, and they just get swept and moved.
Your time has expired.
It's a horror scene.
May we have the next speaker, please?
As a reminder to address the board, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 at this time. Do not press 1, 0 a second time, or you will be removed from the queue.
We will now hear the Spanish interpretation of the reminder.
Como recordatorio para dirigirse a las supervisoras, si aún no lo ha hecho, presione 1 y luego 0 en este momento. No presione 1 y 0 por segunda vez o será eliminado de la fila. Gracias.
Thank you. We have the next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Amy Kashan. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hello, thank you. I'm calling to provide comment on agenda item 21 and general public comment. I want to thank Supervisor Solis for introducing this motion in support of the Afghan Adjustment Act. I spent the last year working closely on Afghanistan relocation and resettlement issues through an ops center based in downtown LA with the Evacuator Allied Coalition. I cannot stress enough how important the Afghan Adjustment Act, or AAA, is. It's the surest way to continue welcoming and integrating our Afghan neighbors here in Los Angeles, in Southern California, and throughout the U.S. It provides a pathway to legal permanent residence for over 70,000 allies who were evacuated to the U.S. at this time last year. These were some of our closest supporters of the U.S. mission throughout the last 20 years of U.S. military engagement, and they championed democratic values during our country's longest military war. Without an adjustment act, these newcomers will face ongoing legal uncertainty, an overburdened asylum system, and threats to the jobs which they've worked so hard to secure in their first year in the U.S. Here in Los Angeles, providing a pathway for our Afghan neighbors and newcomers to permanent status would be something that's reflective of our character and value as a dynamic, diverse, and global city. I urge the board to pass this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Pooja Mittal. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, good morning. Thanks so much, Supervisors. I'm calling in about a general comment. My name is Pooja Mittal. I've been with HealthNet, headquartered in Woodland Hills, for 6 years, and I'm speaking on general public comment about the decision by the Department of Healthcare Services, which has implications beyond service disruption. I'm really concerned for our community and scared for the future of our neighbors' health and well-being as a result of this ill-conceived decision. During the last couple of years, I have been leading the COVID vaccine response with an equity focus in Los Angeles County, and have worked with countless community-based organizations and brought vaccines to communities along with Boys and Girls Clubs and several local clinics. We know that our work in working with the communities and our equity focus and focusing on things that align with overall LA County's goals around maternal child health, Black maternal health, and many other equity issues are key to us being successful, both in improving the health of our community overall and also furthering the state's agenda around CalAIM. Every day we work towards making healthcare accessible and responsive to communities.
Your time has expired.
I urge you to ask.
May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Sophia Cristo. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Sophia Cristo, and I'm with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I'm here to speak on item number 14 and general public comment. As a young woman who was directly impacted by the juvenile justice system, it's horrifying to hear young women have been hurt at the hands of those that were meant to care for them and provide them with safety, especially while they're away from their families and already suffering from a traumatic experience. How much more are youth going to suffer in these facilities and at the hands of probation staff? Who is holding these staff accountable? These staff know exactly what they are doing when they prey on these youth during a vulnerable, confusing, and scary time. What's more is the fear and trauma these young women carry on with them for years that keep them from sharing their story and getting the truth out there. Over the course of 3 decades, this abuse has taken place, and during that time, no one and nothing interfered to make it stop. What would you do if these were your children, sisters, nieces, or friends? You wouldn't sit back and allow this to go on for this long, but instead do all in your power to ensure safety for these young women and all youth for that matter trapped in these facilities. I urge you, for the sake of these youth and young women, do more than just request a report and take action now to prevent these harms from continuing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Samia Karimi. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Samia Karimi, and I'm calling to provide comment on agenda item 21 and general public comment. I want to thank Supervisor Solis for introducing this motion in support of the Afghan Adjustment Act. Newly arrived Afghans deserve permanent protections and a pathway to legal status in LA and beyond. I am Afghan American who has lived in California since 1980 and a recent case manager with refugee resettlement. The Afghan families who have recently arrived come out of fear for their lives and are challenged by the complex resettlement process. One of my previous clients, a young, intelligent Afghan man who fought alongside the U.S. military, told me, resettlement has its challenges, but try sleeping with one eye open for years. These Afghans cannot go back. A year has passed since the traumatic evacuation from Kabul, and most Afghan families are also living with the fear of deportation because they are dealing with a complex asylum system. As of late July 2022, Asylum Office has only received 2,000 asylum applications, a small fraction of the over 76,000 evacuees. Congress must ensure Afghans themselves are not punished for the emergency nature of the evacuation and the limitations on the U.S. immigration system. The Afghan Adjustment Act will fulfill the promise we have made as Americans to the thousands of Afghans who have risked their lives. These families cannot return to Afghanistan. I urge the board to please pass this motion and welcome these families. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Olivia Shields. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address some general public comment. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Olivia Shields with Urban Peace Institute and LA Youth Uprising Coalition, a constituent of Supervisor Solis, speaking in support of agenda item 14 and giving general public comment. I want to express my outrage at the consistent and egregious failures of probation who have done irreparable harm to youth and have yet to be held accountable by the board. Thank you, Supervisors Mitchell and Hahn, for bringing forth a motion to address sexual assault by probation. This is crucial and we need more. The culture of exploitation that has persisted for decades on end has allowed for sexual abuse of dozens of girls, for officers to lie and neglect their duties consistently, for maggots to infest kids' food, for continued use of pepper spray meant to have been phased out years ago. According to an article by Elias around probation's continued use of pepper spray, officers used pepper spray on Mary J. Knight over 42 times in March, 47 times in April, and 48 times in May, meaning on average, officers use pepper spray more than once a day in each of these months. Probation continues to call out of work en masse, creating a damaging and dangerous situation for young people stuck in Mary J. The board enables all of this by continuing to invest millions in probation, thus its failures. Last week, probation officers chanted, "Lock them up," referring to you all, the board, right outside your offices. This is a department with $410 million at its disposal to incarcerate fewer than 400 youth, a department that has created its own crisis and blames anyone but themselves for the mess they've made. And as a result, youth and their loved ones are harmed. You, the board, must change the status quo. In the immediate, the board must declare an impasse on labor negotiations so youth can be transferred to Camp Kilpatrick, where they can receive programming, trauma-informed care, and the education they deserve. Overall, probation needs to be shut down entirely. The Department of Youth Development is the future of how to support youth and help them grow into the next phases of life, and the board must invest in this future now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Betty Avila. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Betty Avila. I am the Executive Director of Self-Help Graphics and Art, and I am addressing item number 20 and giving general public comment. I would like to thank Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Kuehl for authoring item number 20 and implementing the Cultural Policy Strategic Plan. I got to participate as a committee member for the original cultural equity and inclusion creation of the policy for the county, which was a really incredible process. I think it really shared just how advanced and really the leadership role that LA County has in art and culture here locally, regionally, but really LA County is the cultural capital of the world. And unfortunately, and this is not unique to LA County, but unfortunately, the way that the resources for art and culture are distributed and dispersed within the county is not equitable. So I strongly urge the County Board of Supervisors to pass this strategic plan and to implement what is an important policy that will be transformational for the county and will really help to uplift some of our most marginalized community members in the county. It leverages the existing art and cultural county programs that we have, the services, our strategies, and really trying to maximize impact. There's an unprecedented opportunity to maximize the county's assets and to diversify those resources, again, to support people across the county, and particularly to bring up and elevate those folks of marginalized communities. So thank you so much, and I really hope that you do pass this today.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Margaret and Sarah. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Margaret and Sarah, and I am representing the Dawes Center for the Arts, a comprehensive, inclusive, equitable, accessible, and safe cultural arts space located in the Eastern Corridor of LA County. I'm here to speak on item number 20. I want to thank Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Kuhl for authoring item 20, and you are truly arts champions. LA County's investment in arts and culture for more than a century through countywide owned cultural venues and grant programs is noble, but we must continue to advance the significant progress that has been made in the most recent decade through the Cultural Arts and Equity Initiative and more. The time is now to empower the amazing team at the Los Angeles County Department of Arts and Culture to lift the Cultural Policy Strategic Plan, which seeks to foster a culture that values, celebrates arts and culture and creativity. And we know arts and culture and...
Your time has expired.
Yes.
May we have the next speaker, please?
Thank you.
Our next participant is Ezekiel Nashiyama. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ezekiel Nishiyama. I'm with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition and a resident within the 4th District. I'm here to speak in support of item 14 and to provide general public comment. Thank you, Supervisors Janice Hahn and Holly Mitchell, for bringing this motion forward. As a young person who experienced being locked up in LA County Juvenile Hall, I express my sincere concern for the safety of our young people inside. When we talk about calling out the findings within the probation department, I think about all the trauma the victims have faced in a system that is supposed to rehabilitate, help heal, and better a person, but we see the opposite with how our youth are treated inside. No young girl or boy should be treated this way, and it's horrific to see how many sexual assault cases have been exposed, recognizing that there are many more untold stories of traumatic events. How do we hold these systems accountable and ensure the safety of our young people? What changes will probation make to ensure this doesn't happen again? The harm that has been put on these young women can't be undone, and this is why we must move forward with a care first, jails last model and ensure that young people are safe and respected. We need to hear from the probation department what exact action they have taken, not only to address the sexual abuse happening in the halls and camps, but to ensure this doesn't happen again. I also want to remind the board of the youth that have been stuck inside of Barry J. Nardoff. While we see more and more exposure of the probation department, we are also causing more and more harm and trauma to the young men that have supposed to be moved to Camp Kilpatrick. Why have we taken so long to figure out a plan for SYTF youth? And we are at least 2 years in this process and have not made much progress to ensuring that these young people who took deals to be moved out of Barry J be moved to Kilpatrick. DJJ is set to close down in 2023, and we have 19 weeks left in this year, so it's important that we create a plan to ensure safe transition for our youth coming back to our county. The capacity at Camp Kilpatrick will top off, so I urge this board to really have a serious discussion to figure out how to best support these young people who will return to the county from DJJ. Barry J. Nardoff cannot be the place to house our youth. This board shot down the motion to use Barry J. Nardoff.
Your time has expired. We have the next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Nancy Kellev. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address our general public comment. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Nancy Wangzubat Kalev. I am speaking on general public comment. I'm also a constituent of Los Angeles County and proud to, for the past 20 years, to work for HealthNet with a diverse workforce and a mission to achieve health equity. However, the decision by the Department of Healthcare Services has implications beyond service disruption. As someone who has devoted my entire life to doing community and public health work, who came to the U.S. as an immigrant from Thailand, was undocumented for most of my childhood, was often the English-speaking interpreter for my family, and experienced chronic homelessness as my single mother navigated through various ups and downs before finding her footing. I understand our members' struggles and also know that I, through HealthNet, have been doing impactful work that is directly helping our families and communities for the past 20 years with HealthNet. The CalAIM work that we are doing is transforming our entire healthcare system by truly looking at systemic and upstream factors addressing health equity and addressing whole person care by integrating physical, behavioral, and social care so we can address all integral parts of our lives that influence our health and well-being. Every day I work towards making healthcare accessible and responsive to communities.
Excuse me.
And I urge you to ask the state to reconsider their decision. Thank you.
Can we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Christopher Desmond. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Desmond, and I've been with HealthNet headquartered in Woodland Hills, California for the last 3 years. Today I'm speaking on general public comment. I'm also a constituent of Los Angeles County. I'm proud to work for HealthNet with a diverse workforce and a mission to achieve health equity. However, the decision by the Department of Healthcare Services has implications beyond service disruption. I'm concerned for my community and scared for the future of my neighbors' health and well-being as a result of this ill-conceived action. I've seen firsthand how years of planning and execution on initiatives such as CalAIM has positively impacted LA's most underserved communities. DHCF's decision endangers that impact. Every day I work towards making healthcare accessible and responsive to the communities, and I urge you to ask the state to reconsider their decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Adriana Hernandez. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Adriana Hernandez and I am with HealthNet. I am speaking on general public comment. My comment is in regards to the announced initial results made last week by DHCS regarding managed care plan procurement for managed care services and how it will affect LA County. I have worked at HealthNet for the past 8 years as the main point of contact for primary care physicians and federally qualified health centers in LA County. Together with these providers, we continuously work on improving the care delivered to our members, including some of the most vulnerable populations in Los Angeles County. The state's change will disrupt the healthcare for 1 million people in LA, as well as disrupt the work that HealthNet has done to help launch CalAIM initiatives for LA County. DHCS ignored local voices of organizations here in LA County, so we urge you to ask the state to reconsider its decision and the impact that this will have at a local level. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Len Moses. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, public. I'll address item number 14, 15, 16, and general public comment, and whatever else I can think of. One of the greatest problems challenges facing the Black population is we have no representation in a representative form of government. That's our problem, and it's your problem. White people, Asians, Hispanics, everyone. These people in blackface do not represent us. They represent about 20% of the city council and 20% of this so-called board, Mitchell sitting there. Due to her attempts to bring market rate gentrifying real estate to Lamert Park, Mitchell, we will not stand for it. Item 14, the rape of young girls at LA County Children Prison. That's what this motion should be named as opposed to allegations of assault at probation juvenile facilities. Rape of young girls at LA County prisons. Supervisors, these people, your loved ones and kids are safe. No big hairy guy humping on their little girls' genitals. So what do we get today? we get an update. On your website, it said a woman's place is on the county board. Why? We get an update. Wow. We get talking heads. Most of these little girls are black. Mitchell and our other black representatives, half the population of the homeless are black. We're 9% of the population. Where's our representatives? What representation do we have? Mitchell, besides a gentrification project causing more homelessness, more disruption, more displacement. Leonard Park. Back to number 14. Why are we sitting here listening? We're going to listen to these people talk and talk and talk. This has been going on for years. The foster system. Over 22,000 children are currently in foster care. 80% of the prison population are from foster care, prior foster child abductees. 70 young girls, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. We all know that. Young girls being raped. And these people are calling in, thanking these people. No, you're responsible. Do something about it. I have nothing good to say about you. 60,000 homeless people on the street. This is because of the
Your time has expired.
Going on daily.
Can we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Sean Vandiver. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Sure. Hello, my name is Sean Vandiver, and I'm a Navy veteran from Southern California leading Afghan evac. I'm calling today to speak in support of agenda item 21 and on general public comment. I want to thank Supervisor Solis for introducing this motion in support of the Afghan Adjustment Act. We stood up in August of last year to create a town hall for all those involved in the withdrawal efforts, and today manage the official partnership with the U.S. government. Started when I got a series of texts from my buddy Lucky, who was stuck on a mountain in Urgun, surrounded by the Taliban and running out of ammunition. He thought he was going to die, and he asked me to grant his last wish and help his family get out of Kabul. All over the world, other veterans, frontline civilians, and more were receiving that same call, those same sorts of messages. I thought it important we all talk, and that's how Afghan evac was born. Today, we are home to more than 200 organizations working the full pipeline of relocation and resettlement, and we manage the official operational partnership with the U.S. government on these issues. Yesterday, the President of the United States called me to thank our coalition for the impact we've made, empathize with the pain that Afghans and all involved felt, and he committed to continuing the relocation pipeline. In fact, he's asked for the Afghan Adjustment Act and multiple requests to Congress, and finally, we have a real opportunity to get it through, but we need your support. This motion is important to me because it's all about how we show up for our allies. It's important to me that Los Angeles passes this because so many Afghans I know have resettled there. And what you're doing today by taking this up is telling them that they matter. This is important to me because there's a statue in the harbor of the only city bigger than Los Angeles that says, bring us your tired, your poor, your huddled masses, yearning to breathe free. And that means something. It's important to all refugee and immigrant communities that we meet our commitments. As I wrap up, I want to say thank you to the Afghans and everyone who called in to urge the board to stand with veterans and our allies by passing this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Eric Eisenberg. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning, supervisors, staff, and members of the public. My name is Eric Eisenberg, and I will be addressing item number 20 and general public comment if I run over time. I'm currently your president of the Department of Arts and Culture. Item number 20, the implementation of the Cultural Policy Strategic Plan. This is of the utmost importance. If we as a county, if we as leaders truly care about cultural equity and inclusion, then this plan is our county-wide roadmap. From the deserts to the sea, the mountains to the inner city, this plan will equally spread arts across our county. For the first time since the inception of the Department of Arts and Culture, there's a county-wide plan. Strategy number one of this plan is the expansion of the Operational Grant Program. OPG is where the rubber meets the road. or where the arts meet the people. OPG is already a successful program. It's in place. It's one of our best. According to the strategic plan, it will double in size, which will satisfy one of our 13 CEII suggestions. This in itself will work to spread the arts and culture equally among our 88 cities. We have a large and diverse county. Arts, OPG, creates jobs. It creates jobs and it brings arts to the people. Everybody, every person, every occupant of our county deserves equal access to the arts. So I implore you, please vote to a positive adoption of item number 20. Thank you very much, and I will go back to my work, but thank you for your participation, and thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Kilo Montoya. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin. Kilo Montoya, your line's open. You might be muted on your end. Check your mute button, please.
May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Dr. Nawachu Anakazan. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Yeah, this is Dr. Nwachukwu Anakwenzi. I'm the Chairman CEO of Global Care Medical Group, 4,000 doctors in LA County. I'm concerned about the new change by Department of Health Services about the contract award regarding HealthNet. I feel it will disrupt care for a lot of people. HealthNet has been in the community for more than 20 years, providing quality care for the community. They've invested a lot with thousands of network of doctors, hospitals, and pharmacies, and they've showed a lot of interest in the community. They do a lot of things to improve quality care. They work with black people, Spanish people, every group, Jews, Gentiles, they work with everybody. They give us the same opportunity. I'm an African, and I'm treated very well by them. So I'm concerned. I'd like you to look into it and reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Sophia Klatzer. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Regular agenda item 20 and general comment. Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair and the Board of Supervisors for this chance to speak. My name is Sophia Klatzker, and I am a new member of the Cultural Equity and Inclusion Initiative Advisory Committee number 2, serving as a resident in the 2nd Supervisorial District. I'm also the former Executive Director of Arts for LA and current VP of Strategy at 99% Invisible at Stitcher and SiriusXM. I would like to thank Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Kuehl for authoring item 20, implementing the Cultural Policy Strategic Plan. We have a long history of cultural investment in LA County, and yet large inequities, real disparities remain. This is why the original cultural policy was initiated in 2017, a direct response to your 2015 resolution, and why it is time to implement this robust cultural plan now. This plan represents an ongoing shift, using a cultural equity lens to increase much-needed funding for artists, programs, and community-based arts organizations, elevating the arts as a cross-sector strategy, and investing in cultural life for all of our people and communities. I respectfully request you support this motion to implement the Cultural Policy Strategic Plan. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Dr. Tao Lee. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, I'm Dr. Tao Lee and have been a medical director with HealthNet for the last 21 years. I'm speaking on general public comment. I have managed the care of HealthNet members and lived through the MedPartners KPC crisis in 1999 and 2000. Some of you may be old enough to remember that time when patients were asked to change from one care system to another in Los Angeles. I've seen patients lose access to care, delay in getting surgery or chemotherapy, high-risk pregnant women cannot get appointments. I've seen parents taking their children to the ER for routine care. I've seen plenty of pain and suffering from patients, their family, and caregivers. This is going to happen to Angelenos in 2024 should the Department of Health Services decision to move 1 million plus children, adults, seniors with complex health needs from HealthNet to another managed care plan. LA has gone through this disaster before in 2000. Angelenos do not want to go through this again in 2024. I respectfully urge you, supervisors, to ask the state to reconsider their decision. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
As a reminder to address the board, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 at this time. Do not press 1, 0 a second time, or you will be removed from the queue.
We will now hear the Spanish interpretation of the reminder.
Recordatorio para dirigirse a las supervisoras. Si aún no lo ha hecho, presione 1 y luego 0 en este momento. No presione 1 y 0 por segunda vez o será eliminado de la fila. Gracias.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Maura Greer. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, good morning. I'll be addressing 14 and public comment. I'm Maura with A. Shan and Leah. I'm here to say youth are being neglected, abused, forced to be in places that have been reported unsafe for youth's mental stability. You have the power to help and hold probation staff accountable for their actions. This system's ways of punishing youth is complete torture, inhuman, and unacceptable. We need more peace builders, real healing, and youth development resources. Not abuse, not sexual assault, not to be treated like animals, and no more money pouring into probation's unfit neglect. You board of supervisors are responsible for protecting young people from the abuse and the neglect of the probation system and building a system of healing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Astrid Reed. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
I am addressing item 20 in general public comment. Good morning, and thank you to the board for all the wonderful work that you do. My name is Astrid Reed, and I'm very proud to be an Arts for LA 2022 Activate Arts Advocacy Leader Program Fellow. I am passionate about community engagement, enhancement, and empowerment, and have a graduate degree that focuses on the importance of culturally diverse art in LA for building healthy communities and citizens that are happy and connected. I would like to thank Supervisor Solis and Kuhl for authorizing item 20, implementing the Cultural Policy Strategic Plan. Los Angeles County arts organizations are vital to LA citizens and have been hit hard by the pandemic. By linking arts and culture to county plans, initiatives, and practices, the cultural policy will not only serve as a roadmap to increasing cultural equity in the arts, but as a vehicle for advancing anti-racism and equity across all policy areas. I had the pleasure of attending the award-winning Broadway production of Hadestown recently. The palpable energy and delight of the audience around me was incredible. I'd forgotten what it was like to attend an event in person, and the mask on my face did not reduce this feeling in any way. It is vital that item 20 pass so that citizens all over our county have diverse arts organizations where they can return to attending local arts and community events, and our county can make important post-pandemic gains in cultural equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Adam Cohen. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Adam Sukicha Cohen from AIDS Healthcare Foundation, and I'm speaking on item number 2 and general public comments. The top-down approach LA County has chosen to use in the public health department when responding to monkeypox and sexually transmitted diseases, or STDs, is not working. The community needs to come first, meaning that public health meets the community where they are and address their specific needs. Monkeypox is largely affecting hard-to-reach and high-risk populations, as evidenced by the low rate of vaccinations and high rate of cases among people of color. Community-based organizations are well positioned to provide accessible treatment since the beginning of this epidemic, but LA County has taken months to recognize the potential of these CBOs. LA County leadership has also failed to allocate sufficient funding towards testing, treatment, and prevention of other infectious diseases like STDs. We need $10 million additional immediately to address monkeypox and the STD response now. We're already providing STD services with a $1.5 million monetary deficit, as stated during the health deputies meeting on March 23rd. So we need leadership that prioritizes community health and does not underfund critical services. So we're calling on LA County to reevaluate the way they respond to public health threats before they fail once again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Olivia Lee. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address a general public comment. You may begin.
Thank you so much, and good morning, supervisors. Olivia Lee with Ultimate Health Services, here providing general public comment. As the largest federally qualified health center in California, serving Medi-Cal eligibles, we support HealthNet as a health plan of choice in LA County due to their long history of serving the Medi-Cal population and our shared mission of serving this community. HealthNet is committed to diversity through their highest levels of leadership in their organization. Further, they have demonstrated their long-term commitment to the underserved, taking on the most complex system-wide issues such as CalAIM. Their 25 years of experience have resulted in relationships with other healthcare organizations, creating trust and accountability to continue to serve the needs of LA County. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Ellie Cohen. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address a general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, I'm Ellie Cohen from AIDS Healthcare Foundation. I'm speaking on items 2 and general comments. Right now, only 3% of monkeypox cases in LA County have occurred in heterosexual people, and only 1% have occurred in cisgender women. These demographics show that monkeypox is clearly being spread through existing gay sexual networks. Therefore, our collective public health response must immediately adopt an approach that considers monkeypox an STD. Leaning away from addressing monkeypox as an STI out of fear of stigma has misinformed many people of their risk and how they can effectively prevent this disease. We need clear and transparent public health messaging during this time of crisis. This messaging needs to emphasize safer sex practices like podding or reducing the number of sexual partners, also pausing and protecting, which are actually effective means of prevention of monkeypox. Treating monkeypox as an STI also allows for more accurate population screenings and vaccinations. We acknowledge LA County's efforts to follow the numbers and make sexual practices the main criteria for vaccination access. However, in addition, we ask that LA County provide more vaccines to community-based organizations that work in the STI field, like AHF. Currently, only 25 are being allocated to community-based organizations and have a chance of reaching hard-to-reach populations. So for all intents and purposes, monkeypox deserves to be treated as an STI, and we ask the county to recognize this fact. Thank you.
Our next participant is Positron KBBU. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address a general public comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please begin.
Want to confirm? You can hear me? Okay. So this is a general public comment. My name is Positron Kababo, and I'm a medical director at HealthNet. My comments really come from my personal lived experiences, both professional and personal. I am a family physician. My training was with the county, my clinical work with the county health system and FQHCs. And on a personal note, I was also a recipient of Medi-Cal in my younger days. So, you know, my comment is really out of concern with the recent DHCS announcement of procurement. Pretty radical change in the way healthcare will be delivered to 1 million Medi-Cal beneficiaries in LA. This is going to be a very huge disruption of healthcare. and severely impacting patients in acute care, such as cancer treatment, middle of, prepping for a surgery, in the middle of high-risk pregnancy care. I think HealthNet has been a partner with the state for decades to provide equitable and quality care engaged with all
Your
our
time has expired.
in LA.
May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Mary Whitehill. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi there. My name is Mary Whitehill. I'm the founder of Mary's List. We're a nonprofit organization working with families resettling as refugees. I'm calling to comment on item number 21, the Afghan Adjustment Act. I wanted to share that our organization, since the August 2021 evacuation from Afghanistan, we've been able to support a very small fraction of the need from families who are arriving here who have really lost everything and are looking to rebuild with their families. That number, that small fraction, is 400 families. Those 400 families who we've helped since August 2021 are made up of 2,028 individual human beings. 1,024 of those people are children ages 3 to 17, and 164 of them are babies ages 0 to 2. I cannot tell you enough about how important it is that we show up as Americans, as Californians, and Angelenos to support these human beings who have come here after losing everything. I also want to share that since our founding,
maybe have the next speaker, please.
People
Our next participant is Manuel Preco. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Agenda item 20 and general public comments. My name is Leonard and I am with the Los Angeles Music and Arts School, founded in 1945, which provides East Los Angeles youth with creative paths to creative futures through no-cost and low-cost after-school music and arts education programs. I would like to thank Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Kuehl for authoring item 20, implementing the Cultural Policy Strategic Plan. Though Los Angeles County is the creative capital of the nation and the largest and arguably the most diverse county in the nation, there are disparities in access to the arts. And while LA County has invested meaningfully in arts and culture for more than a century through county-owned cultural venues and grant programs, more work is necessary to solidify gains made, advance cultural equity, and increase access to the arts and its many benefits for all residents. That is why item 20 must pass, so that the Department of Arts and Culture can move forward in implementing the Cultural Policy Strategic Plan, which seeks to foster a culture that values and celebrates arts, culture, and creativity. By linking arts and culture to county plans, initiatives, and practices, the cultural policy will not only serve as a roadmap to increasing cultural equity in the arts, but as a vehicle for advancing anti-racism and equity across all policy areas. And it leverages arts and culture and county programs, services, and strategies to achieve the highest potential of individuals and communities. You have an unprecedented opportunity to maximize the county's assets and diversify your resources to make gains in cultural equity and expand access to the arts for all residents. To that end, I respectfully ask for your support on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Dana Sherrod. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hello, good morning. My name is Dana Sherrod, and I am speaking on general public comment. I am here representing Church Teachers for Black Moms and Babies, of which HealthNet has been an early supporter, particularly of Black maternal health. We're committed to reducing the birth inequities for Black moms and our babies, and a crucial element to closing this gap is ensuring that pregnant people have access to quality health care. The significant proposed changes from DHCS impacting Medi-Cal plans has potential to create additional confusion, widen the care gap, and further disrupt our collective efforts to address birth inequities here in Los Angeles County, particularly as they impact Black moms and our babies. So we hope the board will urge the state to reconsider its decision. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Regina Birdsell. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning. I am Regina Birdsell, the president of the Center for Nonprofit Management. I am here to talk about item 1 and general public comment. Good morning. I wanted to say thank you to the Board of Supervisors. I am an active member of the Equity and Contracting team, and I wanted to thank you all for your commitment over the past 2 years to address the issues that nonprofit leaders have identified to improve more equitable contracting practices, ideally to get more services into communities. But I'm on the agenda today because while we're committed to the ECC work, we're also frustrated. This morning, your offices received a letter signed by over 70 organizations and coalitions. We believe that the American Rescue Plan dollars provide an important and extraordinary opportunity to meet the needs of the community. We urge you to move more aggressively and intentionally to invest those dollars into communities hardest hit by the pandemic. Nonprofit organizations have stepped up, doing the heavy lifting, supporting county residents. Meanwhile, only 10% of Tranche 1 dollars were designated to community organizations serving residents, but we're still waiting for those contracts to come online while we continue to meet the needs and the growing number of people counting on community-based organizations hardest hit by the current high cost of living and the ongoing chaos created by the pandemic. Organizations that we recently surveyed report that need continues to grow across the region, and we're asking you to move much faster, given the scale of need in the county, to increase the number of dollars in Tranche 2 going into communities to more than 10% of the $900 million, and to get those contracts posted before the end of the calendar year so that we can all get to work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Nancy Nyberg. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, I will be speaking on item 20 and general public comments. My name is Nancy. Good morning. I am in West Los Angeles. I live near Tonga Springs, which is near University High School. This reminds me of the generationality of the arts, and that's why item 20 is so important that we implement the Cultural Policy Strategic Plan. This will allow our next generations to express their culture, to explore ideas, to gain new skills, and connect with their community. Because we are the creative capital of the nation, we should arguably go forward and reach out to our diverse populations with arts programs that reach the youngest and the oldest and help our generation and the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Karen Lewis. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hello, I am addressing item 20 and general public comments. My name is Karen Lewis, and I am with the Neighborhood Music School in Boyle Heights, which has been serving the Boyle Heights community for 108 years with music education and mentorship. And I would like to thank Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Kuehl for authoring item 20, implementing the Cultural Policy Strategic Plan. I am very proud that Los Angeles County is the creative capital of the nation. And while we have invested meaningfully in the arts and culture for more than a century, including the establishment of our awesome Department of Arts and Culture, more work is necessary to solidify gains made and advance cultural equity and increase the arts, access to the arts and its many benefits for the whole community. So in order to help the Department of Arts and Culture move forward in implementing the Cultural Policy Strategic Plan that seeks to foster a culture that values and celebrates the arts, culture, and community, I urge you to pass item 20. By linking arts and culture to county plans, initiatives, and practices, the cultural policy will not only serve as a roadmap to increasing cultural equity in the arts, but also as a vehicle for advancing anti-racism and equity across all policy areas. And it leverages arts and culture in county programs, services, and strategies to achieve the highest potential of individuals and communities. This is an amazing opportunity to maximize the county's assets and diversify your resources to make gains in cultural equity and expand access to the arts for all residents. And to that end, I respectfully ask for your support on this motion, and thank you so much for the work that you do.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Kim Page. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning. I'm speaking on general public comment. My name is Kim Page, and I've been fortunate to be in the HealthNet family for well over a decade. And I want to emphasize how proud I am to belong to a culturally diverse organization with a mission to achieve health equity. So the purpose of my public comment is to share my concern as a LA constituent, a HealthNet employee, and a relative of some who will be negatively impacted by DHCS's award decision. And while considering HealthNet's pursuit in making healthcare accessible, especially in underserved communities with health disparities, I urge to ask the state to reconsider the decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Julie Martinez. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Thank you. Good morning. I am commenting on item 14 and 31, of both of which I am in favor of, and general comment as well. And as I said, I'm in District 5. In terms of number 14, this is a reckoning for LA County. The board can choose to implement meaningless motions and policies that will not address the underlying culture that encourages corruption and abuse within probation. If probation officers didn't have a problem sexually assaulting and raping underage kids before, new procedures certainly aren't going to change. We are at a critical time. It is not the time to listen and to ask. It is the time to file charges and to immediately protect all young girls within the probation department. The county can truly show the community that it takes youth well-being and safety seriously by reducing the probation department's budget, shutting down NIDOR, ensuring that no youth are subjected to electronic monitoring. The board cannot allow this type of violence and depravity that has been displayed by the probation department. It has gone unchecked for far too long. In terms of item 31, the community has been on many calls, continuously calls on the county to be swift and thorough in its distribution of CFCI funds. As of now, such a small amount of the year spending plan has been distributed. Full implementation of 10% of locally generated unrestricted funds from net county costs is upward of approximately $990 million annually. There are many LA County departments that are benefiting from this infusion of funds from Measure J and are conducting business as usual. Measure J funds are intended to be money for the community because we, the voters, clearly and loudly said that they were on November 3rd, 2020. It is very clear the Board of Supervisors, the county CEO, and Alternatives to Incarceration team are just not doing the hard work required to create these meaningful changes that Measure J voters have asked. And for my public comment, we all are pretty shocked at the large payout to Kobe Bryant's family for the horrendous criminal activity of the Sheriff Department. We should not be shocked at the amount. We should be angry and more than just frustrated with Sheriff Vega and the LA County Sheriff Department. It's time to cut the budget of the LA County Sheriff Department. And thank you for putting the charter amendment on the ballot for November. We finally have a check and balance for an unruly and criminal sheriff, such as Lee Baca and Sheriff Vega. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Roy Humphries. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Okay, we will talk about 14, just a minute, let me take care of this. 14, 12, and general public comment. On number 14, if the Los Angeles County paid for the sexual assaults in all county lockups over history, the county would be perpetually bankrupt. And item number 12 here, once again, we have these red herrings. We've got nothing better to do with our county board of supervisors than talk about genetic baldness. Thank you very much for that. And for your other comments of other persons today, fail to understand that Measure J was dubbed as unconstitutional. As far as the Afghans and other persons, so forth, we have supervisors Solis spending $13.6 million on a public park when we have a scourge of transients in Homosala, Venice Beach, and city of Los Angeles, and Roland Heights, by the way. Yet not one penny has been sent to provide secure campsites for them. So it's going to continue on with in this manner until such time as the County Board of Supervisors makes a change, and we can hope in the midterms that we can turn out the gang of four because we can't take this anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Aditi Sherikar. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning, VP Sherikar from Children's Defense Fund, California, and I'm commenting on item 14 in general public comment. The Los Angeles Probation Department is responsible for the horrendous, long-term sexual abuse of children in this county's custody, and it is yet another example of why this is not a department that can be reformed or fixed, let alone held accountable. It is unconscionable that they continue to receive funding from this board by rubber stamping approval of the probation budget year after year without any questioning is an investment in enabling this abuse. In case you missed it, just 2 weeks ago, the probation union was calling for you, the Board of Supervisors, to be locked up. They were chanting, "Lock them up." Why? Because you dared to imagine a future where children are not put in cinder block cages. Another glaring example for how much contempt probation has for the idea that youth deserve care, not cages, is the bad faith shown by the probation union in the secure track negotiations, which have dragged on and on because of the probation union. It is clear to anyone paying attention that the union is not negotiating with the county in good faith. Instead, they are capitalizing on a crisis of their own creation to ensure that youth remain in a prison-like facility. The board must declare an impasse with these negotiations and immediately move youth from Barry J to Kilpatrick with no further delays. And you can't stop there. You need to make good on Youth Justice Reimagined and disband juvenile probation altogether. This is a department that has been sued by the Attorney General for abusing children, been found unsuitable for caring for youth twice in the past year, and has perpetuated sexual abuse against youth in their care, and has resisted every call for reform, all while calling for you, the board, to be locked up. So I think it's time that you shut them down and do it quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant, one moment. Our next participant is Carly Goldblatt. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Carly Goldblatt, and I'm a program manager with HealthNet of California. I'm speaking on general public comment today. HealthNet provides Medi-Cal benefits to about 1 million members in Los Angeles. I take pride in working for HealthNet, which is a managed care plan that provides Medi-Cal benefits to the underserved with a mission to achieve health equity. Unfortunately, we received word from the Department of Healthcare Services last week that they do not intend to select us to continue providing Medi-Cal benefits to our valued members in LA County. This is very concerning for our community and will cause a serious disruption in healthcare in LA County. I am passionate about improving the health and well-being of our community through providing accessible, responsive, quality, and effective care. In order to continue doing so, I urge you to ask the state to reconsider their decision. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Because I don't want to have a job I'm not happy with either.
May we have the next speaker, please?
Next participant is Vilma Champion. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address a general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, good morning. I'm speaking on general public comment. As a federally qualified health center that has participated with both HealthNet and LA Care and their respective plan partners since the two-plan model went live over 25 years ago, we strongly support the continued participation of both HealthNet and Molina and LA County. We need the stability for our patients and our health center as we strive to meet the new state comprehensive quality strategies and as we strive to move our own organization forward with value-based care. Losing HealthNet would not be beneficial to the safety net and entail significant work to terminate and reform current business relationships that are working. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Randa Reed. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address a general public comment. You may begin.
Public comment. Hi, my name is Rhonda Reed, and what I'm calling about today is the fact that I went and visited Mrs. Mitchell's office when she was my state senator. Regarding MTA's workers' compensation Father gives me when I was a bus driver. I will be faxing a copy of Mrs. Mitchell's statement to me via her staff. And I'd like to say that the Honorable Judge Roger Tolan, a white man, as I sit under Mrs. Mitchell and Ms. Stephanie Wiggins, being African-American blacks, who seems to aid and abet, who are aiding and abet MTA, as Mrs. Mitchell's letter will show proof that what she stated to me in 2016 as a state senator, but I see she ran to MTA and got on MTA's board. But, you know, God is good. And so I'm going to address the letter, and I'm going to continue to state the issues via context of the state of this office and also in writing. Ms. Mitchell is a horrible state senator.
Your time has expired. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Katie Lindsay. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Katie Lindsay. I'm a freelance director, writer, and producer working in theater. My work centers women and queer people, and I'm here to speak on item 20 and general public comment. So first of all, I'd like to thank Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Kuhl for authoring item 20, which is implementing the cultural policy and strategic plan. And as people have stated before, LA County is the creative capital of the nation, but we're still experiencing disparities in access to the arts. And it's especially critical that we take action to increase funding for arts organizations impacted by the pandemic through the organizational grant program as recommended in the motion. Speaking from personal experience as a director, I've seen firsthand how the pandemic has impacted our sector. We've lost vital members of the workforce. Putting up work requires more funding to comply with COVID and equity measures, and we have to try new strategies to get audience members back to the theater in our ongoing pandemic. It's harder than ever to make theater right now, and we need it more than ever to bring our communities back together. And of course, this all disproportionately impacts smaller theaters and arts organizations that serve underrepresented communities, especially LGBTQ+ theaters and theaters of color. And this is why item 20 must pass. So to that end, I respectfully ask for your support on the motion, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Camila Chanchazak. Please state the regular agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Camila Chanchawad, and I'm an advocate for Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I'm here to speak on item 14 and provide a general public comment. Thank you, Hannah and Mitchell, for bringing motion 14. As a woman formerly incarcerated and a victim of sexual abuse, I can only imagine how these young girls felt being sexually assaulted by staff in various juvenile facilities. It's horrifying to hear that these youth have suffered traumatically at the hands of probation. While youth are in juvenile facilities, they are supposed to be provided with the utmost safety and security, yet the system seems to fail them. Action needs to be taken immediately to ensure this doesn't happen again. I also want to talk about moving youth out of the compound. There are youth in the compound that have been in and stuck for years, receiving no services or programming to help them become better or reach their reentry and rehabilitative goals. There's also currently only one youth in Camp Kilpatrick, while a bunch of youth are stuck in Berry J. The
Your time has
probation
expired.
department needs to start moving youth.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our time for public speakers has ended. We want to thank everyone who called in to speak. If you were unable to provide your comments, you may, of course, submit written comments as indicated on the agenda, and we'll continue to accept all written comments that come in during the meeting, which will become part of the record. And just for clarification, there were a number of callers calling in on behalf of the HealthNet scenario. I just wanted to provide clarification. It's the State Department of Healthcare Services that made that decision, not the county. We appreciate you sharing your perspective, but it was not a decision made by the county.
Madam Chair, before we take the vote on the regular agenda items, Supervisor Hahn has requested to continue item 31 for 2 weeks to September 13th, 2022.
And so that's a motion?
Correct.
Is there a second?
No second?
Madam Chair, can I just ask a question? Sure. If it's continued, Fezia, is there a problem with continuing it? Is this time sensitive? I'm a little confused because it's all kind of coming at me last minute. And I'm just trying to understand if there's a negative impact to continuing it 2 weeks.
Supervisor, I don't think so. There's two pieces to this. I think one is the policy discussion. I think that board offices would like to have on the issue of some of the one or more of the programs that are listed in the board letter. From that perspective, there is no issue. On the budgetary perspective, the preference of my office would be, if this matter were going to be continued, to continue it to September 6th. We would like to have it locked and loaded so that we can put it into supplemental budget without causing a bunch of rushing on behalf of the staff. But even if it didn't go on September 6th and it went on September 13th, we would still be able to allocate the funding for year 2. It just wouldn't be necessarily in the supplemental budget board letter, and it wouldn't necessarily appear in volume 2 of our budget book. So if someone, let's say the advisory committee or someone in the community, were looking for what happened on year 2 with that allocation, they would have to look a little harder to find the information.
So the short,
let me just hang on a second. Let me just clarify. Procedurally, we shouldn't go into a full-on discussion without a second. So I know you had a point of clarification, Supervisor
I'll second it
Barger.
for discussion.
Say it again.
I will second it for discussion then, Madam Chair, if that's okay.
Yes. So do you have another question before I move on to Supervisor Hahn?
No, go ahead.
Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, colleagues, I really wanted to continue until Supervisor Kuehl was able to be back, because I know she's weighed in a lot on both issues, both some policy issues as well as the funding. And I just felt it was respectful to continue this until she was able to weigh in on it and vote on it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And so just to clarify, your motion is to continue it until is it the 13th of September? The 13th?
The 13th.
That's your motion?
Yes.
Okay.
But for point of clarification, Madam Chair, I would agree to a continuance until September 6th per Fezia's request. I don't, because that's what Fezia, I think, requested.
Supervisor Hahn?
In order to make it supplemental.
That would be fine. That would be fine with me. Is Supervisor Kuehl expected to be back by September 6th?
That's my understanding. And for clarification, September 6th is a closed session meeting. And so I don't know, Madam Executive Officer, if we would address this issue at the top of the meeting after we take public comment. Does it need to be held in full board meeting, or can it be discussed in closed session only?
We can add an item in the special closed session at the top of the meeting.
Okay, so September 6th is currently scheduled as a special closed session meeting, and so this agenda item can be added.
Yeah, it will be in the open session.
Would we talk about it in open session?
Yes, we would.
And
that
then,
was the clarification
okay, good.
I just sought, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That would be
Madam Chair, out of courtesy to Supervisor Kuehl, I don't have a problem with September 6th, no more than September 6th, which would be next week.
Okay, so Supervisor Hahn did change her motion. So let's call the roll.
The request to continue item 31 to September 6, 2022 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
No.
Supervisor Mitchell, no. Motion carries 3-1.
Thank you. Executive Officer, please indicate the agenda item numbers on which we will be voting.
The following items are before you: 10 through 13, 15 through 18, 21, 22 as revised, 24 through 28, 30, 31, 32 through 65, 66A through 66F, 69, 1D.
I think
31 was continued to September 6th, sorry.
So we're scratching 31 from that list.
Correct.
Okay, with that change, moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Barger to approve these items with the exceptions noted by the Executive Officer. Please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. Before we take up public comment on the public hearing items, the Executive Officer will read the short title of each public hearing item. Executive Officer, please swear in those who plan to testify before the board on public hearing items.
For those who plan to testify before the board on the public hearing items, please prepare to be sworn in. In the testimony you may give before this board, you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Item 3 is a hearing on the annexation of petition number 70-1019 to County Lighting Maintenance District 10006 and County Lighting District Landscaping and Lighting Act-1, Diamond Bar Zone for fiscal year 2023-2024. A written departmental statement was provided and no correspondence was received. Item 4 is a hearing on declaration of a level 2 water shortage acting as the governing body of the county waterworks districts, the Marina del Rey water system, and the Sativa water system, and confirming implementation of all level 2 water shortage demand reduction measures and amend the water shortage contingency plan. No departmental statement was provided and no correspondence was received. Item 5 is a hearing on an ordinance for adoption granting an electrical transmission franchise to Estrella Solar LLC to conduct and transmit electricity for a period of 35 years, beginning on August 30th, 2022, and expiring on August 29th, 2057, in the unincorporated area of Del Sur. No departmental statement was provided and no correspondence was received. Item 6 is a hearing on an ordinance for adoption granting an electrical transmission franchise to Raceway Solar One LLC to conduct and transmit electricity for a period of 35 years, beginning on August 30th, 2022, and expiring on August 29th, 2057, in the unincorporated area of Del Sur. No departmental statement was provided and no correspondence was received. Item 7 is a hearing on the Department of Mental Health's proposed published charges and non-Medi-Cal billing rates fiscal year 2022-23, effective July 1st, 2022. No departmental statement was provided and no correspondence was received. Item 8 is a hearing on appeal of project number 2019-001063-1 to authorize a condominium development of 52 detached residential units located at 15405 La Sabita Drive in the unincorporated community of Hacienda Heights within the Hacienda Heights Zone District, applied for by Leonard Holmes. A written departmental statement was provided and correspondence was received.
Thank you. Fernando Solis, on behalf of the appellant, will be given a total of 2 minutes. Mr. Solis, please begin.
Hello and thank you. Get right to it since time is precious here. On July 26th, Amy Bodick, LA County Director of Regional Planning, stated the following under oath. The school district contends that they are in compliance with NAILR Act. They did mail subsequent public notices. Our own department did receive one of those public notices, as did other agencies within the county. So we do know that the public notices did go out. Had Ms. Bodick actually inspected all of the notices and read NAILR Act, Ed Code 17489, she would know that her notice would only be valid if it was sent and received after charter school organizations were notified. The record shows 0 charter schools were notified. She would also know that all notices shall be sent by electronic mail or certified mail and shall be included and shall include the description of the property. None of the notices can be validated as delivered by certified mail because it never happened. 1/3 of the notices do not have a description of the subject property. In fact, according to Gov Ed Code 54222B, the LA County Planning Department is not a qualified entity to receive any notices. It is clear and obvious that Ms. Bodick used her position as LA County Director of Regional Planning to persuade an approval in this and other projects through her misleading, deceiving, and perjured statements. We call for District 1 Supervisor Solis to motion to suspend and continue today's hearing and call for an immediate investigation by the LA County Sheriff's Public Integrity Division into Amy Bodick's attempt to influence the LA County Planning Commission and LA County Board of Supervisors to approve this and other projects. Today at 7:12 a.m., the Planning Department responded to all 8 of our PRA questions with the following. The Department of Regional Planning has no responsive record.
Your time has
Demand
expired.
an investigation immediately.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll hear from the applicants. Diana Coronado and Ryan Lederman will be given a total of 2 minutes. Ms. Coronado, please begin.
Good morning, Chair and members. I'm Diana Coronado, the Director of Government Affairs in the West for Leonard. We urge you to oppose this appeal and support the La Subida housing. We're grateful for the diligent work done by County Council and Planning. As you listen to today's comments, we would like the opportunity to clarify concerns. 1, you've already received the 4-year formally documented public outreach effort done by Leonard. Nearly 1,900 residents were contacted, including communication with 1,254 properties and 168 doors were knocked on. 2, as seen in the staff report, these are single-family detached homes averaging 4,000 square feet in character with the neighborhood. They are not condos. That's a partial term. Lastly, the unused school has been non-operational since 2014 and fields lost since 2017, but it has been the source of at least 45 incidents of nuisance and unsafe vandalism since 2018. In contrast, this will be developed into a safe, usable space with amenities open to the public, and $20 million in land sales will go directly to local community. I would also like to introduce outside counsel making remarks against today's appeal.
Good morning. This is Ryan Lederman. CEQA guidelines say a negative declaration shall be adopted if there is no substantial evidence that the project may have a significant effect on the environment or if the project's effects are mitigated to a less than significant level. This record is replete with substantial evidence by experts that confirm the absence of any significant adverse effects. There are no significant effects with oil well number 1 on site. It was previously abandoned and would be re-abandoned in compliance with CalGEM requirements as required by mitigation measure has 3. 2 corrections for the record. In the M&D on pages 7 and 43 and in the phase 1 environmental site assessment, the location of the abandoned oil well identified in the northwest corner of the property was misidentified as oil well number 2. Based on a review of CalGEM's records, the well on the subject property is well number 1. please note that the on-site well is correctly identified on page 11 of the Phase 1 report, and that the conclusions and recommendations of the M&D and the Phase 1 ESA are not affected.
Excuse
Second,
me,
the housing
your time has expired. Thank you.
Thanks to all the parties that called in. We'll now take public comment on the public hearing items 3 through 9 only. Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda and explain the speaking rules to those members of the public who are calling in to address the board.
Please note that the time for public comment for regular items has ended. We will only hear public hearing testimony for items 3 through 9 at this time. As indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment on public hearing items 3 through 9 shall call 877-692-8955 and use participant code number 4433663. To repeat, please call 877-692-8955 and use participant code number 4433663. Do not call that number if you only want to listen to the meeting. To listen only, please call 877-873-8017 and follow the instructions. To members of the public calling in for public hearing items 3 through 9, when it's your turn to speak, please state your name. We will allocate a total of 5 minutes for the public hearing testimony. Each person will have 1 minute for one public hearing item and 2 minutes for 2 or more public hearing items. We will continue to accept all written comments that come in during the meeting, which will become part of the record. When speaking on the public hearing items 3 through 9, you must be on topic. Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you're not speaking on topic, or if we cannot tell if you're speaking on a public hearing item, you will get 1 warning from County Council or the chair. If you do not immediately or clearly get on topic, or if you stray off topic again, you will forfeit the rest of your time, and the chair will move to the next speaker. Please note that if you're also listening to the board meeting on a computer or speakerphone, you will need to turn down the volume on those devices as soon as the moderator calls on you. If you do not turn down the volume, there will be an echo. Again, please note that the time for public comment for regular agenda items has ended. We will only hear public hearing testimony at this time. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
As a reminder, to address the board, if you have not already done so, please press 1 and then 0 at this time, but do not press 1 and 0 a second time, or you'll be removed from the queue.
We will now hear the Spanish interpretation of the reminder.
Como recordatorio para dirigirse a las supervisoras, si aún no lo ha hecho, presione 1 y luego 0 en este momento. No presione 1 y 0 por segunda vez o será eliminado de la fila. Gracias.
First speaker, please.
Our first participant is Judy Jones-Fox. Please state the public hearing items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Hello, I am addressing agenda item number 8. My name is Judy Jones-Fox. I was a public school teacher for more than 40 years and also a camp counselor for my church camp at Big Bear Lake for several years too. Numerous scientific studies have shown the relationship between air pollution and asthma. Children are disproportionately affected by the negative health effects of air pollution. I disagree vehemently with Mr. Lederman that there was not going to be an adverse effect on our community. The proposed 52 condos at La Subida School will increase the number of automobiles in the area. Until an environmental impact review is conducted, homeowners in the surrounding area have no way of knowing the air quality for them, and their children will not be negatively impacted. Please make the right decision for our children and conduct a full environmental impact review for this project. Thank you, supervisors, for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Adam Wood. Please state the public hearing items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Adam Wood with the Building Industry Legal Defense Foundation, here to speak on the importance of item 8, the housing in La Subida. I'm really here just to highlight the letter that we submitted and bring up the points that this is a project that triggers state housing law protections. I understand that there are some concerns within the community, but ultimately this is a matter that has been resolved by Sacramento. A denial here would really only serve to expose the county to litigation costs, and ultimately the housing will get built. So what we'd be looking at here is just a delay in housing opportunity and an increased cost to taxpayers. It's not the path forward. We think that this is a phenomenal project with a ton of opportunity to bring important housing stock to a community where it's desperately needed. I hope that you will not approve this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Tim Fox. Please state the public hearing item you're addressing today. You may begin.
Hello, I am Tim Fox, here to speak on agenda number 8. I would like to offer a rebuttal to the previous speaker. The proposed condominiums are largely unaffordable for anybody in the local community. They are not going to do anything to help solve the housing crisis in Los Angeles County, in addition to the numerous environmental issues that have been raised by the people living actually in these communities. This is a green space. It is not an infill property as has been designated by the school board. It is being used by members of the community to this day. People get exercise for themselves. People get exercise for their dogs there. It was used as a place for youth sports. There is no valid reason why it should be stopped other than the school board wishes for this property to be sold.
Excuse me, your time has expired. Maybe have the next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Daniel Brown. Please state the public hearing items you are addressing today. You may begin. Thank you. Daniel Brown, your line is open.
May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Chris Wilson. Please state the public hearing items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Chris Wilson, representing the Los Angeles County Business Federation. I wish to comment on public hearing item number 8. The La Sabina residential project will create educational opportunities for future students and housing opportunities for future families. According to a study, the Hacienda La Puente Unified School District could see as much as $500,000 in revenue per student to the district because of this project. We respectfully urge the Board of Supervisors to support the La Sabina residential development project and reject this appeal that seeks to halt this project, as it will create funding to support other projects in the community and in the district. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Nairi Bagdasar Arian. Please state the public hearing items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Hi, good morning. My name is Nairi Bagdasarian, and I'll be speaking on item number 8. Good morning, Chair Mitchell and board members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Nairi Bagdasarian, and I'm here on behalf of the San Gabriel Valley Economic Partnership to urge your support for the Leonard La Sabina project and to deny the appeal. Housing is a critical need and has become unaffordable in many of our communities. In 2012, the median home price in San Gabriel Valley was $425,000. In 2021, it was $915,000, due in part to a lack of new home construction necessary to keep up with demand. The Leonard La Sabina project will add 52 new homes within LA County to help address our critical housing needs on a site that has been vacant and unused since 2014, increase the county's tax base and bring safety and stability to this location, and provide millions in funding to local school districts for facility improvements. On behalf of the partnership, I urge you to allow the project to move forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Manag Roy Chowdhury. Please state the public hearing items you are addressing today. You may begin.
Thank you.
Good morning, respected Board of Supervisors. My name is Manoj Rai Chaudhary, and I'm the Associate Superintendent of Business for Hacienda La Puente Unified School District. We serve about 16,500 students in TK through 12th grade and also 14,000 adult education learners. I'm here to speak on agenda item number 8 on the appeal of Leonard Holmes project at La Subida. We have been working with Leonard Holmes in order as they work through the various project approvals and do hope to see the project through as it benefits our districts greatly. We see the value of the project as will bring a one-time revenue in excess of $21 million, which will be utilized by our district facility improvements as directed by our Board of Education. We also know the project will attract new families to our districts, which will add students to our district. With the districts in declining enrollment, we see this project as that will benefit both the districts and the community. Therefore, we are respectfully requesting to see this project come to fruition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you very much. And our time for public speakers on the public hearing has ended. We want to thank all those who called in. If you were unable to provide your comments, and you may submit written comments as indicated on the agenda, and we'll continue to accept those written comments that come in, which will become part of the meeting's record. So today we'll begin with the public hearing items, items 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, followed by set matters 1 and 2. We'll then go into closed session. And when we return, we'll take up items 14, 19, and 29, which will be taken up together, 20, and then we will finish with item 23. We'll now take up public hearing item 3, the hearing on annexation and levying of assessments for county lighting districts in the city of Diamond Bar. Colleagues, Mr. Pastrella, our Director of Public Works, is available if anyone has questions. Are there any supervisors that would like to make remarks or ask questions? Seeing none, it'd be appropriate to close the public hearing, direct the tabulation of the ballots, and table the item until later in the meeting for tabulation results and action by the board. Such will be the order. Item 4, hearing on the Waterworks districts and Marina Del Rey water systems water shortage contingency plan. Mr. Pastrella is available. Mr. Pastrella, I've got a couple of questions. If you could, good morning. I see you.
Good morning.
I understand that Public Works has aggressively pursued utility debt forgiveness funding from the state and federal government, but in order for customers to receive utility debt funds, they really have to apply for them directly. My question is, have we done an assessment of current barriers faced by applicants who may need to apply for assistance and how we might help them apply for these funds? You know, I'm asking this question because I'm concerned. It's my understanding that currently 3,600 of your department's 70,000 accounts qualify for shutoff due to non-payment of bills for the period after the utility forgiveness program ended. So I really want to make sure we're doing all that we can to make sure people have the information and what they need to apply.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. In fact, we've analyzed the bills that we receive and those that have been delinquent or those that while we don't have income data on the residents, we know about the income of the general area of the Waterworks districts. And so it's fairly easy to identify those that may be in need and have been aggressively reaching out to them to provide that assistance. Now, what's interesting is we haven't seen as much participation as we would have expected to see. Partly because there was some debt forgiveness or bill forgiveness that was provided by the state of California, which we aggressively sought and actually provided some relief to delinquent customers. What I'm expecting to happen is that as this action today, if it's adopted, people become aware that there is now the ability to shut water off, which we don't intend to do and never want to do. If we have to, that they would then become more interested. But before we do that, we again want to continue to do what we're already doing. That's aggressively advertising to our customers the availability of the resource from the federal government. You mentioned it. It's the assistance program is the LIHWAP, which stands for Low Income Household Water Assistance Program. And again, customers can receive up to $2,000 in financial assistance from the state if they passed due amount and their total household gross income is at below 60% of the state median income. And again, like you, I don't want us to wait to the point that we're getting someone where they're having to shut off their water. And so what we've done is invested in making people aware. I'm getting the website delivered to me right now, so I will want to advertise that again, Supervisor, before I'm done testifying today.
I appreciate that. When you've said that you've done aggressive outreach, give me an example of what that looks like, because
that's inserts in bills.
We're looking at
inserted in the bills as they go out to the residents, and then it's advertising through our website, and then as we reach out on incentives, we're also including that. So it's inserts within the physical bills to the residents themselves, the customers. That's our most aggressive approach. Then we have our ongoing outreach that's going on across the county on this matter. But targeted outreach is something you're suggesting, and I think you're right. We ought to go and do some targeted outreach even more aggressively. And so I'll take this just as a directive that we will do some aggressive direct targeting of residents. Maybe even do some door hangers in the smaller districts is probably a good idea at this point.
I would agree. Can you share with us the requirements to enter into a payment plan to avoid a cutoff?
Yeah, and that's the way this step down goes is as we notice someone's delinquent, we start to make notices to the customer. We make personal contact with them through our customer service help center. We inquire about, of course, about the bills that are due, and then we're offering them the step down. And what happens is the customer comes in and has a conversation with our customer service folks, and the payment process is, an arrangement is made between the customer and ourselves on a payment process over 2 to 3 years, back payment of those overdue fees.
Thank you. I'm going to ask for a report back, but let me go to Supervisor Barger. I know she has a question also. Supervisor?
Thank you, and thank you, Mark. I'm told that actually our water work districts are almost meeting the required request for cutting back on water. Is that correct, Mark?
Yes, Supervisor, that's correct. In fact, county waterworks districts, and this is all of the districts, in fact, not only within the Antelope Valley, but in the Marina, as well as out in the Malibu area, District 21 in Cagle Canyon, Valverde, all have done a really good job at conservation, and we're very proud of them for that. They're all achieving the standard that we asked for. That standard's anywhere between 15 and 20%, Supervisor.
So in response to that, one of the questions that I continue to get asked, and I think all of us on the board this is gonna face us as we talk about the RENA numbers, is we're continuing to build more homes and create new development. How can we reconcile the fact that we are in a serious drought with the fact that we are going to be required to bring more housing online over the next course of 10 years?
Supervisor, I think you're aware, but I want to make sure everyone knows that all the waterworks districts in the state of California are required to have an urban water management plan. And this urban water management plan is required to continually look at the demand on water supply against the demand for housing. And it's the horizon on these plans is a 20-year planning document. And again, they're developed every 5 years, updated every 5 years, and look very closely at current water demand in the area. Again, impacts due to climate change. So we're looking at climate change models and projections on new development in the local area. Now, I have staff, you have staff at our waterworks district that's specifically their job to keep analyzing this and updating that urban water management plan. Our current urban water management plan for our districts show that we have enough water for the projected demand demand for housing and businesses. We get that information from our general plan and from our Department of Regional Planning, and also local planning departments in the cities that we serve.
So Mark, I mean, when you've got things like, the purple line, which is something that's very expensive to put in, and we've got it in all of our parks. I mean, we've got our parks, we've got golf courses and all. Are we looking at leveraging the bipartisan infrastructure law to invest in resources to increase the district's resiliency and also to build infrastructure that does move us toward using recycled water in areas that right now have been cost prohibitive for us to retrofit?
Yes, Supervisor. So the BIL, if you will, thank goodness it's passed. I want to celebrate that it passed last year. It's a major accomplishment, and all of you had major influence on it. And one of the areas we were very interested in is making sure that water was covered in the bill. And in fact, it has emerged as a major focus for the federal funds under the BIL. Now, Public Works is actively pursuing grant opportunities, including new funding associated with the law. And those opportunities are continuously monitored as they're coming out. This is going to be spread over 5 years. As you know, you all directed me to put together Infrastructure LA and to assist the County of Los Angeles unincorporated areas in seeking our fair share and more of those monies. And one specific area, again, that we're focused on is water and water resources. Not only at the regional level, where we're looking at improving our dam system to capture more water, or we're investing in reclaimed water, but at the local level, which you're talking about, Supervisor, the water right down to the residential and the Waterworks districts. So what's happening right now is we're looking to potentially get state money through the state revolving fund, which is going to get a big bump in money from the BIL. So they're this is granted directly to the state of California from the federal government. And then our Waterworks districts will take advantage of that state revolving fund as it gets funded up. And these are essentially 0% loans, because the federal government, the state government is the administrator of the loan or acceptor of those monies. And so this is a great opportunity that the Waterworks districts is already taking advantage of, and will take advantage of more. And then we're also looking for grants, and we think there will be opportunities to do this for improved resiliency of our system, drought resiliency and equity, specifically those systems that are suffering from lack of maintenance over the years. You've all heard of the lead pipe syndrome. There is specific money for lead pipe remediation, as well as improvement of districts that are failing with respect to their other infrastructure. So we are aggressively lining LA County Waterworks up for our fair share, if you will, again, and more of that money as we monitor what's coming out of the federal government and the BIL.
So are you coordinating with like Parks and Rec and discussing with them opportunities? I know that, and I want to thank you publicly for working with the Descanso Gardens, who's putting together a pretty amazing water program to benefit the Descanso and also to address the drought issue. But are we working to collaborate with like Parks and Rec, which has got, Benelli in my district, Whittier Narrows, and see if we can retrofit so that we are using reclaimed water?
In fact, Director Garcia and I have been closely monitoring this conservation effort, because it does impact, obviously, Parks and Rec in an interesting way. These functional landscape that acts to serve the communities in our parks, it needs water. And so the water supply for them is important. Of course, we've done a lot of work to improve it through the use of recycled water over the years. And we're monitoring opportunities for improved conservation at the parks and improved use of the water, so better use and not necessarily zeroing the water out. Now, in terms of coordinating over the BIL with all the county departments, Public Works has gathered the county departments up under our efforts to seek BIL for unincorporated county, and regionally, again, under the moniker of Infrastructure LA. And Director Garcia, the Director of Public Parks and Recs, is very, very much involved in that effort.
Great. And, I guess what I'll just say this, I no longer tell people we're in a drought. This has to be our way of life. This is something we should have been doing all along. And it's always been frustrating to me that right when we get a good rain, people think that we can kind of let off and go back to business as usual. And I would argue this has got to be our way of life, conservation across the board. And so, I'm looking forward to us putting together something that is going to be long-term and sustainable, and not just addressing the drought, because I think that this is here to stay. for the foreseeable future. But I do want to commend our communities for taking the steps to conserve water and already putting us near the target reduction goal. I think that speaks volumes to the work being done to educate. And again, education is the key to really letting people know what they can do to help with this effort. But I am concerned, you know, that we at one point were looking to come do a what was the word when you were recommending surcharges. And I know you're not recommending that now. What would be the trigger for you to recommend surcharges? And then I'll yield back the floor.
Okay, thank you for the question. Yes, that would be where we're in non-compliance with level 2 conservation, Supervisor, and that means if our residents can't achieve these goals set by the state of California, you know, this 15 to 20% decrease in use, then the next tier we'd be coming back and we would not be imposing those surcharges without coming back to the board and asking for board permission to actually do that. So a level 2 plan basically says, go back to your local district and set a goal for conservation and meet it and use all the tools in it. And one of the tools that some of the districts have imposed are surcharges on people for overuse or tiered levels of rates on residents for use.
Great. Well, thank you, Mark. And I look forward to the list. And I know as a board collectively, we want to work together to really bring that money into LA County, especially the unincorporated communities that are in need. And so I'm going to be, you know, I know we're working with you right now, Mark, on that list, but I want to continue to keep that at the forefront for discussion so that we don't have any missed opportunities for both the infrastructure as well as what the state is putting forward financially. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Of course. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question for Director Pastrella. You talked about rebates that the federal government has offered, and when does that end? Is there a deadline for that to conclude?
Supervisor, there is no known deadline at this point.
Okay, so one question I have is, and it's not so much related to this particular item that impacts District 2 and 5, but just overall, what is our policy to reach out to our other unincorporated as well as incorporated cities to let them become aware? I know that the water agencies probably do some of that, but I think we have a responsibility to also join in that message, especially because I represent large segments of disadvantaged, underrepresented communities that really are impacted by their water bills right now and have been.
Supervisor, thanks for the question. In fact, I think you're aware, but I want all the citizens out there to be aware that the County of Los Angeles has been leading a initiative to coordinate amongst all the waterworks districts, communities, municipal waterworks districts, as well as the special districts on LA County water. And we are forming up and going to be bringing to you shortly our county water plan. And what this water plan does is seeks to do is describe water without names of who owns the water, but actually letting residents understand where their water comes from, how they can conserve water, and how they can take advantage of the programs that you referenced. Right now, any LA County resident can go to our waterforla.com, and somebody's telling me here, waterforla.com, and they can seek and find all the information you asked about, the programs that are available, how they can apply for federal grants or federal relief, how they can apply for state relief, who their water district is. This is something very important. Also, if residents go to our app, the Works, LA County created an app for digital phone users, your smartphone that says the Works. And if you put in where you live, you can find out which water district you actually are served water from. And those water districts have this same information as well. Our campaign, Water for LA, is a joint partnership amongst all the waterworks districts across LA County, including City of LA. And I think it's a really, really good source for the information that you're seeking to get out. And we're pushing this information out through social media. And again, as I spoke to Supervisor Mitchell, aggressive direct outreach to our waterworks districts.
Right. So I think that's great. I just encourage you to do more, and perhaps our county channel should do a whole program on this.
Because this is any PSA we can get, that'd be great. Yeah.
It's essential right now. So thank you. And I'm assuming that that's also provided in different languages as necessary, right?
Yes, it is.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. And I think maybe we should all push it out, the information out on our own social media as well. It might be helpful in addition to the county channel. So, Mr. Pastrella, I'd like to ask that you report back to the board in writing in 30 days with the number of customers that were able to enroll in the payment plan and how many stand to get their water shut off due to non-payment. I'd like to have a sense of that number before it happens so we can figure out what else we must do to encourage those customers to take advantage of this opportunity to avoid water shutoff.
Understood. Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions on item 4? It would be appropriate to close the public hearing and vote on this item. Item 4 is before us. Moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Barger to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 4, with Supervisor Mitchell's request for a 30-day report back to the board, is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Public hearing item 5, hearing to grant an electrical transmission franchise to Estrella Solar LLC. Again, Mr. Pastrella is available if there are any questions. Are there any from my colleagues? Seeing none, it would be appropriate to close the public hearing and vote on this item. Item 5 is before us. Moved by Supervisor Barger, seconded by Supervisor Hahn. To approve the item, Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 5 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Public hearing item 6, the hearing to grant an electrical transmission franchise to Raceway Solar 1 LLC. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, let's close the public hearing and vote on the item. Item 6, moved by Supervisor Barger, seconded by Supervisor Solis. To approve the item, please call the roll.
Item 6 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Item 7, hearing on the published charges and non-Medi-Cal billing rates for fiscal year 22-23. Dr. Wong, Acting Director of Department of Mental Health, is available if members have questions. Are there any? Seeing none, it'd be appropriate to close the public hearing and vote. Item 7 is before us, moved by Mitchell, seconded by Solis. To approve the item, please call the roll.
Item 7 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Public hearing item 8, hearing on the appeal of project number 2019-00163 sub 1 for a residential condominium development in the unincorporated community of Hacienda Heights. Amy Bodak, Director of Regional Planning, is available for questions. Supervisor Solis?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for acknowledging me. We heard today from some community stakeholders as well as individuals that have concerns related to the project and others. As you know, this is an item very similar to one that we heard at our last public hearing that also impacts this particular area. And I will say to you that while we may not have heard as many people calling in this time, I just want to let the audience and my colleagues know that my office did receive well over 2,000 signatures from various residents that are in opposition to this project versus 20 letters that came in to my office in support of the project. So I do have some questions for our Regional Planning Director, Amy Bodak, if she doesn't mind answering a few questions that I have.
Certainly.
Thank you. One, I'd like to ask you, Director Bodek, why is there no affordable housing as a part of this particular project?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I hope my video is on and you can see me. There I am. Okay, so excellent question, Supervisor Solis. The short answer is our inclusionary housing ordinance went into effect in 2020, and this application was deemed complete in 2019. So under state law, we are unable to go backwards and ask them to comply with our inclusionary housing requirement.
And that's rather unfortunate for us and for the residents that live in that area. Obviously, in my opinion. Wanted to ask you too, what the median purchase price for the homes are?
So while the developer or applicant has not yet given us a final purchase price on the homes, they will end up pricing it consistent with the market prices in the neighborhood. As you know, we did adopt our housing element last year, and it was certified by the state. We as a county are obligated to provide housing sites within the unincorporated areas for over 90,000 units. The exact number is actually 90,052 units. Within the housing element and within those 90,000 units, there are different levels or tranches of affordability that we're required to comply with. In the above market rate category, we are required to provide over 36,000 available housing sites, or sites that will accommodate over 36,000 units. This residential project is expected to be an above market rate project under the definition in the housing element, and it would go towards meeting that 36,000 unit deficit that we have within the county.
But could you give us a range? Because we did hear from some caller noting that the price range were, just the history that in a couple of years back, we were at averaging about 450,000. Now we're above 750,000. And in this area, this Hacienda Heights, it's a bit higher income in some ways.
Right. So let's say the average price is $800,000 in this area in Hacienda Heights. Given that this is a new product, it would probably be priced slightly higher than that, but I wouldn't expect this to be, $2 million homes unless the pricing in Hacienda Heights gets to be that high as well. So it's going to be very consistent with the housing prices within that area, but maybe with a slight incentive price for it being a newer project. But given the economy, the interest rates right now, and how housing pricing is going, really, I think it's going to come down to the demand for new units, which is expected to still remain high.
Mm-hmm. Right. So I'm just thinking in terms of property values can be upwards of 800,000 to more than $1 million in that general area.
In that general area, then that would be what these would be priced to peg against those housing prices.
Right. Yeah, that's what my understanding is, that we're looking at $1 million. I wanted to ask also, Amy, was phase one of the environmental site assessment done? Was there actual site assessment done on the site?
Yes, and absolutely. I'm bringing it up right now. There was a phase one environmental assessment that was done, and it was included as part of the background information. And so we do have that publicly available.
And what were the basic conclusions that you found?
So the basic conclusion is that the site has very minimal environmental concerns. There is only one environmental concern, which is the presence of an old oil well.
And that was brought up earlier by one of the callers, and I wanted to understand, is that oil well being capped? and what is beneath the one of the spaces there?
Certainly.
The surrounding area, the open space.
Certainly. So there is a capped well, which is located on the site. It is currently located within an open space, and I believe in the future, in the redevelopment of this, it will also be under open space, and so there will not be a residential house built over it. This well was drilled in 1941, and there were 3 soil borings that were taken at various depths. The phase 1 indicates that they were looking at the soil composition and the porosity. So there is an indication that they might have been looking at this for a water well related to oil production, as well as oil itself. But the phase 1 is inconclusive as to whether it was to be a water injection well or an oil well. We call it an oil well. Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I wanted to ask you, what is the standard procedure when an oil well is found on a site?
So certainly in this case, because the oil well was first drilled in 1941 and it was capped, it is no longer capped to current standards for the state. So the state will require that the developer re-abandon the well to current standards. So they will actually have to submit a plan to the state. The state would have to approve the plan to re-abandon that well, and then they would end up having to do that work as part of their grading activities for the project.
And since we're talking about an oil well that was so old and their standards were very different at that time, what would happen if any lead or asbestos was found? Would it have changed the CEQA document?
No, it would not. It would be very unusual for lead to be found as part of the oil well re-abandonment process. Because this well was never actually put into production, the abandonment should be fairly straightforward. There may be lead or asbestos containing materials that are found within the existing buildings, and those have been closed since 1989. So there are standard procedures to remove lead and asbestos containing materials from the buildings itself. It requires oversight and approval by AQMD. You actually have to file plans with AQMD and get their approval that you are going to be using appropriately certified procedures for removing lead and asbestos containing materials. It is a standard pro forma process, interestingly. So the presence of lead or asbestos containing materials would not have changed the conclusion that a mitigated negative declaration was the appropriate tool to use as opposed to an EIR.
And why is there a difference between the mitigated negative declaration instead of the full EIR?
So under California Environmental Quality Act, we are all required to go through an initial study and a checklist. And those conclusions of that initial study determine whether there are impacts to the environment that can be mitigated, and therefore the impacts are not substantial, in which case an MND is the appropriate vehicle. If an impact is great or significant and cannot be mitigated no matter what, that triggers an environmental impact report. In this case, all impacts can be mitigated to a level less than significant, which means under state law, it is a mitigated negative declaration.
Okay, and then just a couple of more questions. Were the California Native American tribes that surround this area, represent the area, were they notified or consulted about the project?
Absolutely, yes. The long answer to this is we do, under AB 52, we are required to do consultations with any and all tribes within California that are interested in the projects. This project did send out the appropriate notices to the state and local tribes who are interested in projects in Los Angeles County. We actually did have consultations with the Keech Nation of the San Gabrielino tribe, and mitigation measures were included at their request to have a monitor, a tribal monitor on site during grading. So with that mitigation measure, there were no significant impacts to tribal or cultural assets. And therefore, again, it was a mitigated neg deck instead of an EIR.
Well, I will just say that it's unfortunate that that we were not able to, or the state was not able to actually allow for implementation of their affordable housing components that could have possibly helped in this particular case, but it was a bit late there and now is out of the loop. However, I do remain very concerned that in this area, which I now represent, which is largely made up of very mixed households, you have some high income, middle income, and very low income as well. Individuals that live there and residents. And I've heard time and time again in my outings there now representing the area that people are very concerned about having access to affordable housing. I'm not just saying low income, and we do need that, but I'm saying that it's becoming priced out for many families who have been living there for many, many years and now find themselves in a situation where they can't afford to stay there or even afford to keep their children there who are now marrying and wanting to settle down there and can't afford the area because of the cost. So for my purposes, I align myself with those individuals that would like to seek more affordable housing. I think this county has been pretty clear on that. Unfortunately, this is one of those areas where perhaps it may not have worked, but nonetheless, I do stand with those residents that have been talking with my office and my staff. So thank you, Amy, for your work on this, and let's continue to work together so we make more affordability available in areas that are so impacted that really do need relief. And I know you'll work with us on that. So absolutely. I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. Are there any other questions on item 8? Seeing none, it would be appropriate to close the public hearing and vote on the item. Item 8 is before us to indicate the board's intent to deny the appeal and direct the acting county council to bring back the findings and conditions at the continued hearing on September 27th, 2022. I will move and ask that Supervisor Solis second. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Madam Chair, I prefer not. Madam Chair, I prefer not to.
Not a problem.
Second, because I'm, yeah.
Understandable. Is there a second? Okay, so we don't have a second, so where does that leave it?
Then the item will be continued to September 27th. Is there not a continued?
Okay, so there's no second on the motion, so the item will be continued to September 27th. Thank you. Returning to item 3, hearing on annexation and levying of assessments for county lighting districts in the city of Diamond Bar. Now we're going to go ahead and please report on the ballot tabulation results.
Madam Chair and members of the board, after tabulating the ballots and determination has been made that no majority protests exist against the protest annual levy of assessments to County Lighting Maintenance District 10006 and County Lighting District Landscaping and Lighting Act -1 Diamond Bar Zone for fiscal year 2023-2024. As a result, it would be appropriate for the board to adopt the resolution ordering annexation and levying of assessments, and the joint resolution accepting the negotiation exchange of property tax revenues resulting from the annexation of territory for fiscal year 2023-2024.
Thank you. Item 3 is before us. Moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 3 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to set item 1, our presentation on American Rescue Plan funding report. And we're going to hear from Chief Executive Officer Phaedra Davenport and Executive Director of our Racial Equity and our RD Initiative, Dr. D'Artagnan Scorza, and Rita Kampalath, if I pronounced that correctly, forgive me if I did not, who is our Acting Chief Sustainability Officer. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's an incredible pleasure to see you all this morning. Really happy to be here with you today, Madam Chair and board members. Today's presentation marks the 16th update in our series of regular presentations on the county's progress implementing your board's American Rescue Plan Phase 1 spending plan. Next slide. As is our regular practice, this slide previews the topics we intend to cover today. I will start by providing an update on navigating our contracting opportunities, and then I will move on to discuss an additional recognition our county has received based upon your board's leadership and support of our efforts to advance equity in the distribution of ARP resources. I will then provide a global program overview detailing the current status of projects in the design, development, and approval process, which I hope today you will be pleased to hear about. And then finally, Rita Kampalath, who is our Acting Chief Sustainability Officer, will present on their food distribution and food resource grants programs funded through the American Rescue Plan. Next slide. In partnership with the Center for Nonprofit Management and BDO-FMA, the CEO, Department of Economic Opportunity, and the Internal Services Department co-hosted a virtual session on navigating ARP funding and contracting opportunities on August 16th. The outreach event targeted community and faith-based organizations interested in learning more about potential ARP funding and how to pursue contracts with the county. The session was offered in English with Spanish interpretation, while additional sessions hosted in other languages are planned for mid to late September. 114 participants attended the event, of which 61% represented small to very small organizations with operating budgets of under $1 million or less. Of the 77% of attendees who responded to an in-person session to an in-session poll, more than 1/3 had no prior experience with county funding. What's important to note is that engaging these types of organizations will help continue to diversify the pool of funding applicants and support the county's goal of equitably distributing ARP and other county funds to not only support the communities most negatively impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, but also to become more inclusive of smaller organizations who tend to serve communities that have been historically excluded from funding opportunities. Next slide. I'm proud to report that our county received an Urban and Regional Information Systems Association, URISA, Exemplary Systems and Government Award. The URISA Exemplary Systems and Government Award competition recognizes outstanding achievement by government agencies around the world for their use of geospatial information technology at the local, regional, state and provincial and federal government levels. Projects are scored based on the effective application of GIS to improve service delivery and benefit communities. On August 5th, it was announced that the County of LA and our Equity Explorer mapping tool was selected by URISA's review committee to receive the recognition as a distinguished system. This is the third award the county has received, not only for our Equity Explorer, but for our use of data. And as we continue to do this work, we appreciate the honoring of your board's leadership and ongoing recognition of these efforts. Next slide. As of August 29th, only one design is in the development phase, and 82 of our project designs have been approved for launch and/or implementation, including projects that were expedited, along with funding areas that were prioritized by the board to support pandemic response services. A total allocation of $967,500,000, which equals approximately 99% of ARP Tranche 1 funds, have been approved. This represents a near complete effort to finalize projects and ensure that they are in line with federal government requirements, as well as your board's priorities. The final design is near complete, and we hope to wrap up before our next board meeting. At this time, I'd like to introduce Rita Campolath, who is our Acting Chief Sustainability Officer, and again, will highlight the food distribution and food resource grant programs. Next slide.
Great, thank you so much. And good afternoon, supervisors. Pleased to be here to provide this overview. Next slide, please. So first, as you know, we have been leading the county's food distribution program, which started early on in the pandemic, of course, but launched in May of this year with our fund. This program is a partnership with the Los Angeles Regional Food Bank and your offices, of course, with events held in each district. The focus has been holding events in high-need census tracts in order to provide access to high-need populations. Next slide, please. So there are some new components this year as compared to earlier in the pandemic. One is that we were able to procure and distribute infant formula at some of the events in response to the shortage earlier this year. We also held several of the distribution events as walk-up events, as opposed to the typical drive-through events. And the goal of that was to, first of all, accommodate participants who don't own cars. It also allows participants to select the food that they get as compared to the pre-filled boxes that the food bank distributes. And just to go over numbers, we've been averaging just under 1,000 households served per drive-through event and just under 500 households at the walk-up events. Next slide, please. And just for a visual, this is a picture from a walk-up event that was held in SD4 at the Hollydale Regional Park recently. As I mentioned again, these events started in May, and we currently have events scheduled in November.
I don't know if we lost her or if she froze on her end.
I think Supervisor Rita may have frozen. So how about we continue on with the presentation? Let's move on to the next slide.
Perfect.
Thank you. So as you can see, board members, the Community Food Resource Grants Program is another ARP-funded project, which will be run by a third-party administrator who will work to build capacity for at least 5 organizations that are working to strengthen the food system infrastructure. What's important to note about this program is that the CSO office worked very closely with their LA Food Regional Coalition to help design this project so that they can better target food needs throughout the entire county and address issues related to food and nutrition security. They're also focused on ensuring that organizations are not only able to expand their nutrition awareness, but that they are increasing outreach and enrollment for other federally funded and or county funded programs. They are focusing specifically on populations that are most impacted by the pandemic, and their goal is to launch a solicitation by January of 2023 with the intent to release funds no later than January of 2023. I will note that for this project in particular, the community engagement efforts that the CSO team engaged in were exemplary. Not only did they align this with their countywide food equity plan, but they ensured that they sought out sufficient input across supervisorial districts to inform their efforts. Next slide. That concludes today's presentation on American Rescue Plan Act projects. And we're happy to take any questions you may have and hope that Rita can join us here again very shortly.
Thank you, Dr. Scores. Just very quickly, again, congratulations on the award on our Equity Explorer mapping tool. Tool that I'm very proud that we've developed here in LA County are using, and hope that many of our sister counties around the state will look to us as the leaders we are and consider similar tools for their counties. One quick question, for the outreach for the food support programs in the second to the last slide, great that we're going to build capacity of community-based organizations to help us with enrollment and outreach, particularly with CalFresh, the state of California, LA County also, we're under-enrolled in that federally funded program, so it's always my goal to get more people enrolled in CalFresh. And with the matching dollars, if you use your CalFresh benefit at Farmers Market, it's great. Have we set enrollment goals by any chance for those organizations or even for ourselves? With regard to enrollment, the enrollment element of the program?
Well, Supervisor, now that Rita has rejoined, I'll see if she's able to weigh in. Rita, are you there?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm having connectivity issues, but could you repeat the question? I think I heard just the first part of it.
Yeah, very quickly, we the second to the last slide talked about capacity building for nonprofit organizations to help with enrollment in existing government-sponsored food support programs like CalFresh. And I was just wondering if we've set goals or targets in terms of increasing enrollment by any chance.
Yes, that's a great question. And we do have some goals that are set. Because this program is going to be using a third-party administrator, a lot of the goals, the numericals that we have set are really around ensure that we're funding organizations, how many we're able to reach, and then also using a community engagement process to make sure that the grant guidelines are responsive to what the community wants to see as well. All of that is kind of to be determined once we have the third-party administrator in place.
Got it. Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again, Dr. Scorza, and for Rita for your presentations today. I just want to say that we heard earlier from a caller with concerns, and I share this concern too, that our funding has been occurring. Our tranche 1 continues to be pushed out, and I think in what I'm seeing is that it's kind of slow. It's slow. It's a slow process, and obviously because we want to make sure that we get it right and that we have equity measures in place. But I want to be able to be aware if, for example, we're not able to spend down at the rate we should with tranche 1, that we at least be given information so that we can quickly then begin to reallocate anything that has to be placed somewhere else. So I do want to draw our attention to that. And I know we have at least until December 2024, but I really do want to make sure that we get everything out. And I know that's all of us in agreement really want to see that happen. I also want to ask the CEO to continue to monitor the spending and to let us know as soon as possible when it becomes necessary, when we do have to reallocate that funding, and wanting to know especially what percentage of funds have been distributed to local CBOs. There was a caller that mentioned that earlier, and it is a concern, and I know all of us on the board have been pushing for that. So I don't know if you want to respond to that right now in any way.
Thank you, Supervisor. We do have weekly calls with all of the departments that are administering ARPA funds, and we maintain a status update on where they are in terms of pushing those dollars out to CBOs. So we can come back with a report on where they are in that process. And for those that have completed their solicitation process and have a provider online, we can also provide the amount of that allocation to that particular community-based organization.
Right. I think that would be really helpful for us right now. I think all the board offices wouldn't mind having that, and then sharing it so that kind of bolstering more interest so people will apply, those critical entities that should be a part of this. Again, also want to thank you all and our CEO and for making funding available to our small businesses. That has been incredible, and I hope that we can continue to push out the information, as has been happening to our Spanish language viewers and businesses, as well as our multiple AAPI communities that are also somewhat unaware of the monies that are available. Some are just have a big misconception that somehow that has to be paid back or that they don't qualify. So I think we can do a lot more there. And I think that ISD has been having workshops on this on a quarterly basis. And I think that's great because they're also letting people know how to contract with the county, which I think is even equally important. So all of that coming together, I think, helps us provide a better portfolio of what it is we're really trying to do here. So I want to say thank you for that. To our Chief Sustainability Officer, I want to congratulate you for reactivating the food distributions. I can't tell you how important that is to my constituents, and I'm happy that we were able to put forward a motion to do that. But I also agree with Supervisor, with our Chairwoman Mitchell, because I do think it's important for us to push out the information about CalFresh, that while that's an important element to all this, you can use that to also obtain fresh fruits and vegetables, particularly in our vulnerable communities. And I do believe that's something that we're going to have to continue to push forward on, because we're still not out of the COVID pandemic. As you know, there's still a lot of high unemployment in our communities, people that are still displaced or not making enough to be able to have those essential nutrients on the table. And want to thank also our Parks and Recreation and Public Works, because they've been a critical part of the food distribution effort. So I want to especially thank everybody that's been doing that, and give you a shout out also, and our county departments, for pushing forward baby formula. We knew that was a national crisis, and I think this county moved rapidly to get that out. And I really want to thank ISD, DCFS, DHS, DPH, and our CEO for working tirelessly to make sure that children receive baby formula in a matter of months, and we worked really nimble. So I want to thank everybody for that. Just moving forward, though, I want to ask, if I can, to our sustainability officer, what lessons have we learned in addressing food security, and what could we do to improve upon it? And then also wanting to know what we can do to ensure that food we provide is also culturally appropriate for our diverse residents. So not just because people may have medical or health reasons that they have to eat certain types of food, but I mean ethnic groups. That, for example, we did a food distribution with a group called SEELA, S-E-E-L-A, that we hosted at Angeles Plaza, which is predominantly AAPI, and they provided culturally appropriate food for most of the folks there that were vegetarians. Can you speak on that?
Yes, absolutely. And thank you for that question. That's such a great question. When we started this work, it was really on an emergency basis, and we had to react quick, and we're proud that we were able to do that. But of course, there were a lot of lessons learned, in terms of gathering data and who was really experiencing food insecurity. I would also say more broadly that the pandemic really highlighted communities that have been suffering from food insecurity this whole time, and their needs as well. I think your question about diversity of the food was kind of a key lesson learned, that, in order to make the food really provide access as well as dignity of the people who are participating, that it was important that we try to tailor meals whenever possible and give them as much choice as possible. So, thank you for highlighting that food distribution event. With this next round, with this new program that got relaunched in May, the food bank has been able to tailor some of their food boxes a bit when they know that they're going to a community that may have a higher population of certain groups, and try to tailor the food accordingly. That was also a reason for having the walk-up events, or one of the benefits of the walk-up events as an option, because it does allow people to choose the food that they would like. And again, the food bank does try to provide that diversity of food. So there are a few different ways that we're trying to address some of those concerns.
Great. And I hope we can have further discussions around this whole community gardens effort really bolster that, because I think that's the way to go in many of our hard-pressed areas that right now are food deserts. So love to hear more about that from you later. But thank you for your presentation, both of you, and thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to speak.
Of course, Supervisor Hahn.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, D'Artagnan and Rita, for the presentation today. There's a lot of good achievements and nice awards that we've gotten. I wanted to talk about the 3 trainings that took place in the month of August that addressed the challenges around our community-based organizations and how they can access our American Rescue Plan dollars. And it's so true that with the rising cost of everything, more and more county residents are turning to our nonprofits for help. And can you explain to the general public how the American Rescue Plan dollars are making it to these community-based organizations? Just briefly, like, what's the process? Is it easy to access these dollars? Are there challenges that come? What if you didn't actually get to one of these trainings? How are these dollars getting right out there to our community-based organizations?
Thank you so much for that question, Supervisor. I would say the dollars are getting out in 3 ways. First, dollars are getting out through contracts. So the county is asking community-based organizations, small businesses to partner with us to help deliver on the services that we'd like to provide to the community. The second way money is getting out is through grants. Your board made a commitment to get dollars directly in the hands of small businesses, of nonprofit organizations, through to impacted industries such as the arts programs and others. And so that's the second way that's happening. And then finally, the third way that we are delivering resources to communities is through services directly that we deliver. So for example, our volunteer income tax assistance program for people experiencing homelessness, or providing safe landing sites for people experiencing homelessness, or safe parking sites. That's those are the 3 ways that we're really getting dollars out to folk in the community. I want to be really cautious and let folk know that the goal that the board set out, at least in tranche 1, was to distribute a lot of those dollars directly to folk in the community. And so contracting opportunities, while they are available, are not an abundant way in which we are distributing dollars, right? So we're getting money into the hands of businesses to help them recover, and that's a really important consideration. So I would say those are the 3 primary ways, but if people really want to get involved or learn how they can take advantage of and become partners with the county, then my encouragement is to have them visit the ceo.lacounty.gov/recovery website. That's where we list, all of the details associated with each of these programs, each of the contracting, grant, or service delivery opportunities. And I'll end quickly by just saying that it's important to note, for the purposes of our residents, that the county has made an incredible commitment to try and leverage other resources. So even though there are our dollars, there are other programs that our departments are delivering there. For example, the CalFresh program, our Department of Public Social Services, they're using their ARP funds to build capacity, to increase enrollment through an outreach program that's targeting communities on the basis of need, targeting on the basis of language. So there are other ways that we're leveraging ARP to help make sure that we're meeting the needs of folk in the public.
And do you think we did a good job, if you were to grade us on how quickly we got our dollars out? Were we doing a good job? Because I remember some of the complaints we got through the LASA process, right, from our nonprofits, was it took so darn long to get their checks. Many of them were talking about using their own credit cards to sort of, front load, delivering the services to our residents. How do you think we did on getting these dollars out to these community-based organizations?
That's a great question, Supervisor. First, let me say that I'm really proud of the incredible work that our departments have done to make sure that we continue to deliver services. When departments faced a specific funding cliff, they made a request of CEO to expedite their funding resources so that they can continue to do carry out those efforts. And we work with them on their project designs simultaneously so that they would not face a funding cliff. So that's the first thing to note, is that if there were urgent immediately, if there were services that were needed immediately, CEO ensured that those services could continue to be delivered while we work with them on their project designs. Secondly, I think it's important to note that when the feds came out with their guidance, right, they came out with updated guidance in November and then updated guidance in January and April and June and July. So we've had to do a lot of work to back end a lot of these projects to make sure that they're federally compliant. But when I look at what other jurisdictions have done, and many of you have spoken to other jurisdictions, so you probably also have heard similar needs. When you look, for example, at our colleagues in the Midwest, they some of them have just done their spending plans, right? So the important thing to note is that this is a multi-year pool of funding. And it's important for us to note that our needs are going to be dynamic, that they're going to continue to grow over time. So I would argue that we worked as expeditiously as possible, but that we've been really thoughtful about how we distribute these funds to meet the needs of those who are most impacted by the pandemic, recognizing that it's still going to be a few years for us to spend these dollars.
Okay, well, thank you. That's good to hear. Let me pivot to the Equity Explorer mapping tool, which I know took a lot of time and an effort to go into that map, and we've been recognized for that. So, and I know what we're trying to accomplish with this Equity Explorer mapping tool. Will the general public be able to look at this map in, say, 2 years and see the impact that nearly $2 billion did for LA County?
That's a great question. My hope is that we will absolutely be able to demonstrate that to the public. What the dashboard, the Equity Explorer mapping tool, and our projects maps allow us to do is to get data from departments to determine their outcomes and report on those outcomes. So as your board directed the development of a dashboard with a reporting on metrics, we should be able to say to the general public what our anticipated outcomes have been. In addition to that, Treasury calls upon our departments to do either one of two things, either do a program evaluation or an evidence-based intervention. And for the benefits of the public, that just simply means we need to figure out whether or not what we did worked, right? And so what we intend to do is provide evaluation support from ARTI and from CEO in support of our departments, so we can report on their outcomes by pillar, as well as ensure that our departments and their third-party administrators or our subcontractors are able to send that data back to us so that we can report on efficacy of the programs.
Thank you. And I'm going to switch to Rita now about the community food resource grants. During the height of the pandemic and with CARES Act dollars, the county designated $20 million for food resource grants. There were 213 nonprofit applicants that requested over $76 million, and only 47 awardees were granted the dollars. The need was really high then, but I think we've all acknowledged that it's still really high. Because food equity and insecurity are still prevalent, especially with with inflation and all the rising costs that people are seeing. And I know with the American Rescue Plan Tranche $1, only a fraction of that was designated for our community food resource grants, $8 million. Do you think should we aim for, is this a goal that we should match or surpass the $20 million that the county designated with CARE Act dollars with the next round of ARP funds?
Well, that's a great question, Supervisor. And of course, there are so many competing needs for that tranche too. But as you noted, the actual requests and demands far outweighed the actual resources. So I think if we were given that second allotment, there were organizations that would certainly be able to use it.
But you're not going to say whether or not you think we should.
We did put in that request and recommendation, but again, coming from our perspective, we're not looking at the full scale. But if we did, we think that the need is there. And, it's one piece, again, of how we're trying to address some of these more systemic issues. I know your staff has been very involved with the Food Equity Roundtable that we're convening as well. And the goal of that program is to start to get at some of these systemic issues, and we're hoping that grants program will support some of their work. So, again, we think that money could go to good use, certainly, if it was allotted.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you very much. Any other questions? Thank you very much. The report is received in file, and such will be the order. We thank you both for your presentations today. We appreciate it. Set matter 2, public health order. We're going to hear from Dr. Ferrer, Director of Public Health, and Dr. Christina Galley, Director of Health Services, and Dr. Rita Singhal, our Chief Medical Officer. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much, Chair Mitchell and the entire Board of Supervisors for your ongoing support, guidance, and leadership. I'm pleased to share the latest on our COVID-19 response with you today, followed by a monkeypox update that will be provided by Dr. Singhal, our Public Health Chief Medical Director. In today's presentation on COVID, I will present the current metrics, including the CDC COVID-19 community level designation. We'll look at the LA County early alert signals. I'll talk a little bit about sensible measures we can all take to help lower community transmission. And I'll close with an update on the anticipated Omicron booster vaccine. I can go to the next slide. For the past week, as you can see, we've had some significant further declines in cases. Today, we're reporting 2,090 new cases. We have an average of about 2,700 cases per day reported over the past week. This is a 16% decrease from the 7-day average of 3,200 cases per day that we reported last week. The 7-day average test positivity rate decreased slightly this week. It's currently under 8%. We've reported an average of 14 deaths per day over the past week. This is a small increase from what we reported last week, which is about 12 deaths per day. But the slight increase occurred after some decreases that had happened previously. And I think it's likely to indicate that our death numbers may be plateauing. You'll note that on this table, we've indicated that the hospitalization numbers are preliminary and subject to change. This is because there were some irregularities in recent days with the reported hospitalization data associated with changes that were recently made to a survey tool that's used by hospitals to submit information to the California Department of Public Health on their COVID positive patients. And this is the file that we all use to capture information on hospitalizations. We're working closely with the California Department of Public Health to resolve this issue, and we've been revising our hospital data as needed to reflect any corrections. While the hospitalization data on this slide here shows what's most been updated and accurate, and it reflects some of the corrections, I do want to note that there may be additional refinements in the upcoming days as we receive new files from the California Department of Public Health. But the preliminary data we have does show a 10% decline in the average total number of COVID positive hospitalizations over the past week. The next slide. On this slide, we're tracking the trajectory of the pandemic since March of this year. The green line is a trend line that demonstrates a significant and ongoing decline in reported cases. The 7-day average daily hospital admissions, this is now admissions, that's shown on the orange line. However, as I just noted on the data around hospitalization numbers, this recent data is also preliminary and subject to change as we receive updated information from the State Department of Public Health. Based on the preliminary data, we saw a slight increase in hospital admissions this past week. We do think this is an error related to some of the recent hospitalization data issues, and we'll be making changes as soon as we receive adjusted information from the California Department of Public Health. Just as a reminder, the hospitalization and death trend lines, the death trend line is the blue line at the bottom. They use this secondary vertical axis on the right-hand side of the graph. So even though it now appears that the hospitalization trend line is above the cases trend line, hospital admissions are actually at about 140 and cases are at about 2,700. So different axes shown by different parts of this slide. And as you can see here, the 7-day average number of deaths reported daily remains, frankly, unchanged. The next slide. We do continue to use the CDC COVID-19 community levels framework to monitor the strain on our healthcare system related to COVID. As you know, the CDC's framework utilizes 1 case rate metric and 2 hospital-related metrics. For the 3rd week in a row, CDC is now reporting that LA County has been assigned to the medium community level. The first metric that's used to calculate LA County's COVID community level is the 7-day case rate, which CDC reported yesterday at 213 weekly cases per 100,000 people. This is a decrease from 246 just last Monday. The first of the 2 hospital metrics is the 7-day total of new hospital admissions per 100,000. Yesterday, the CDC reported LA County's rate at 8.7 weekly hospital admissions per 100,000 people. However, I want to note that the Monday hospital admission rate is often artificially low due to the absence of weekend reporting by the state. So the number may increase when CDC updates their metrics later on today or tomorrow. It's important to note that the same hospitalization data issues that I discussed previously are likely affecting the CDC hospital admission rate as well, since CDC calculates this rate using data reported by the State Department of Public Health. We have reached out to CDC and they're aware of this issue as well. The second hospital metric is the 7-day average for the proportion of staffed inpatient beds that are occupied by COVID-19 patients. Yesterday, CDC reported this metric for LA County to be 5.3%. Which is a small decline from the 5.6% reported last Monday. I want to note that should this case rate continue to decline, the case rate, we're at about 213 new cases per 100,000 people. It's possible that LA County, assuming that our hospital metrics remain stable, could move to the low community level within this next week. Should that weekly case rate drop to below 201 new cases per 100,000 people. This will be welcome progress as it will indicate that there is little to no stress on the hospital care system in LA County associated with COVID-19. However, transmission at a case rate of around 200 is still high. It represents, as I noted today, about 2,700 new cases a day. Our hope is that we can continue to slow transmission to a weekly case rate of less than 100, and that would drop our daily number of new cases to about 1,400. I also want to note that we're underestimating the true rate of infectiousness and transmission in the county with these numbers, since many people are testing at home and those numbers, positive test results are not reported to the county. We'll go on to our next slide. I do want to provide a quick update on the COVID-19 early alert signals for LA County. This is another way that we feel reassured that our metrics are in fact moving in the right direction, even understanding the limitations around testing. Since we last reported updated values on Thursday of last week, there have been decreases in 3 early alert signals. The percent of emergency department visits that are COVID related decreased from 6.6% to 6.1%. The case rate in the lowest income areas decreased from 177 to 152 weekly cases per 100,000 people. And the number of new outbreaks reported per week in settings for people experiencing homelessness also decreased from 13 to 7. There was no change in the percent of specimens sequenced identified as being either BA.4 or BA.5. This is currently at 97%, and I will take a closer look at the variance in a minute. There also was no change in the number of wastewater systems with a recent twofold increase in viral concentration. This remains at 0. There were 3 early alert signals, all related to outbreaks or clusters, that experienced some very small increases. The number of new outbreaks in skilled nursing facilities in the past 7 days increased from 16 to 22. The number of new outbreaks in TK through grade 12 school classrooms increased from 13 to 18. This likely reflects the increase in the number of schools that have reopened. And the number of worksite cluster reports increased slightly from 144 to 154. Sector-specific plans are in place that continue to promote safety at work sites, schools, nursing homes, and our public health staff are assigned to support outbreak mitigation at all of these sites. I'm going to review a few early alert signals in more detail in the next slides. So we can go on to the next slide. The Omicron variant, as you see here, continues to account for 100% of sequence specimens. The BA.5 subvariant of Omicron, that's shown by the larger bright red section at the top of each bar, remains the predominant subvariant by far. In the week that ended August 6th, 90% of all sequence specimens were BA.5. This is a slight increase from 87% for last week. The CDC estimates that across the country, as of the week that ended August 20th, BA.5 subvariant accounts for about 89% of the specimens. The relative proportions of the other key sublineages we've been tracking have changed only slightly, including BA.2.12.1, that's those orange bars that are shrinking to now just slightly over 2%, and BA.4.6, a new variant, new subvariant that we're watching that you can see with those yellow bars, it also declined slightly from 1.6% to 1%. To date, only 4 specimens of BA.2.75 have been detected in LA County. This is only 1 more than we reported last week, indicating no increased circulation of this sublineage in LA County. At the moment, as you can see, there are no new subvariants or sublineages that appear likely to overtake BA.5, given the current pattern. This is an encouraging sign, especially when viewed in light of our decreasing cases, and it may allow for further decline in transmission. However, since all of the currently circulating subvariants have shown some ability to cause repeat infections for those who already had COVID earlier in the pandemic or earlier this year, it remains prudent to use common sense measures to avoid repeated exposure for yourself and for others. And this includes masking indoors, getting tested when you're ill, and isolating at home when you have COVID. Next slide. As you can see on this slide, all 4 sewer sheds, which cover most of LA County, that are monitoring the concentration of SARS-CoV-2 virus, reported declines in viral concentrations in their wastewater throughout the second half of July and the first half of August. The white trend line in each graph shows the 10-day rolling average for viral concentration in wastewater between June 29th and the middle of August. The dashed blue line shows the average from 2 weeks earlier for each plant, and the dashed yellow line indicates the level that would be a doubling of the average from 2 weeks earlier. As a reminder, since the testing method varies between the plants, we compare the trends and not the absolute viral concentration values. Data from the 2 largest wastewater treatment plants, Hyperion Water Reclamation Plant, which serves central and western portions of the county, and the Joint Water Pollution Control Plant, which serves the southern and eastern portions of the county, are shown along the top row. Together, these 2 plants serve about 7.5 million people in our county. You can see that both of these large plants had further declines in viral concentration. Last week, we reported a small uptick in viral concentration at the Hyperion plant, but as you can see, it was followed quickly by further declines. Similar declines in viral concentrations were also reported at 2 smaller plants, shown along the bottom. This is the Lancaster Water Reclamation Plant that serves people in Lancaster and Palmdale, and the Tapia Water Reclamation Facility run by the Las Virgenes Municipal Water District that serves people in Calabasas and the surrounding areas. Next slide. As indicated by our community level and early alert data, transmission is decreasing across the county, and we're grateful to everyone who has played a part in reducing spread. Given that less transmission translates to less risk, many ask us why any precautions are still necessary. One reason is the continued elevated mortality related to COVID-19. On this slide, we see the mortality rate for COVID-19 and select other causes of death this year from January to April of 2022. I do want to note that the COVID death data that's used in this analysis is slightly different from the COVID death data we normally report. In order to allow for a comparison with other causes of death, we limited COVID deaths to only those with COVID listed as the underlying cause of death on the death certificate. For the death numbers we usually report, we're able to do a more complete investigation on each death, and we're able to utilize other data sources to supplement the death certificates where it's appropriate, like reports from providers, medical records, outbreak records, and interviews. Across all ages for January through April of this year, using the death certificate data, the COVID death rate was 2.6 times higher than the rate of diabetes deaths, 9 times higher than the rate of motor vehicle deaths, and 5.5 times higher than the rate of pneumonia and influenza deaths. It's clear that COVID, as well as other diseases like diabetes and influenza, disproportionately affect our elderly residents. However, even in younger age groups, the COVID death rate is still generally higher than the other 3 causes of death that we're showing on this slide. In 2022 alone, there have been over 4,800 COVID-associated deaths. And tragically, 25% of these deaths have been in residents under the age of 65. While the mortality rate remains high, the tools we have and use make a big difference, as we have seen a steady decline in death rates since the beginning of the pandemic. In order to protect as many people as possible from the worst outcome of a COVID infection, using common sense precautions to protect ourselves and those in our community does remain important. Next slide. This slide is looking at our mortality data a little bit differently, and it shows the leading causes of premature death in LA County in 2019 and 2020. 2020 is the latest data that we have to do these calculations. Premature death is defined as a death before 75 years of age, and the leading causes of premature death are determined by calculating the years of potential life lost before the age of 75. In 2020, COVID-19 was the leading cause of premature death in LA County, accounting for 78,814 years of potential life lost. This was more than the number of years of potential life lost from diabetes, suicide, stroke, and lung cancer combined. Drug overdose was the second leading cause of premature death in 2020, with a 65% increase since 2019. And coronary heart disease was the third leading cause of premature death. It's important to note that for all causes of death on this slide, except suicide, the years of potential life lost increased between 2019 and 2020, pointing to the broader impact of the COVID pandemic, beyond the morbidity and mortality associated with the virus itself. In part, this is because a highly infectious virus translates to many individuals experiencing disruptions at work, at school, obtaining health care, and in their social lives. These disruptions are very likely to have an impact on overall well-being. Taking sensible precautions makes it much easier to continue doing daily activities that give our lives purpose, like going to work or school, visiting family members, and gathering with friends. Next slide. The sobering data on COVID-19 mortality and premature deaths due to COVID helps us understand why it remains important to continue to take steps that limit the spread of COVID-19 and protect those most vulnerable to severe illness and death. As a reminder, nothing new here. These steps include staying home if you're sick and if you test positive for COVID, talking to your healthcare provider or calling our public health information line if you are sick and you need access to COVID therapeutics, which will help avoid serious illness. Our information line, as you can see here, 833-540-0473, is accessible every single day of the week between 8 in the morning and 8:30 at night. Getting tested if experiencing symptoms or before gathering, especially if you're gathering indoors with people who may be at higher risk, remains an important step to take to help protect others from infection. As many prepare to celebrate the Labor Day holiday this weekend, testing before and after travel is also recommended as an additional protection measure that helps reduce spread. If you need more information on COVID-19 testing, you can visit ph.lacounty.gov/COVID tests. Masking indoors while transmission is elevated, it continues to be strongly recommended as a simple step that helps us limit the spread of COVID-19. And as a reminder, masking is still required on public transit and in many high-risk settings, including healthcare settings, correctional and detention facilities, congregate care facilities, and homeless and emergency shelters. For more information on the types of masks you can use to protect against getting and spreading COVID-19, you can again visit our website, ph.lacounty.gov/masks. Making good use of the outdoors and gathering outside is always preferable to gathering indoors because there's just better ventilation outdoors. But we do know with extreme heat expected the rest of this week and through the holiday, many will need to move indoors. So when gathering indoors, you can maximize ventilation by opening doors and windows, using air filters, and setting your HVAC systems to maximize fresh air exchange. Next slide. Because vaccinations do remain our best defense against severe illness, we're pleased to report that the updated Omicron vaccine boosters should be available very soon. The updated booster has been developed using the same process as the original mRNA COVID vaccines, with the added protection against BA.4 and BA.5, the exact subvariants that are circulating right now. Pfizer is seeking authorization from the FDA for their Omicron booster for people aged 12 and older, and Moderna is seeking authorization for the Omicron booster for those ages 18 and older. The FDA and the CDC are expected to review these booster applications as early as this week, and then approval could be granted within a few days of their convenings. We are preparing ahead of time here in the county to assure that we'll be ready to start administering booster doses once these new boosters are authorized. We've already pre-ordered the full initial allocation available to LA County. That's about 170,000 doses. So assuming approval from the FDA and CDC later this week, we would expect to receive these doses between September 6th and September 9th. More than 300 different healthcare providers across the county are preparing to administer the Omicron booster starting in mid-September, again, assuming that they're authorized. And many providers are offering vaccinations at multiple locations. Public Health plans to have the Omicron booster available at all 7 of our community vaccination sites, at 5 of our public health centers, as well as at the hundreds of mobile vaccine clinics that will be operating across the county. As always, residents and workers can search for places offering the vaccine on our website, vaccinatelacounty.com. You can click on Find a Location and then search by vaccine type. With that, I'll conclude my presentation and turn it over to Dr. Singhal to provide the update on our monkeypox response.
Thank you. Welcome, Dr. Singhal.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm pleased to join you today to provide an update on monkeypox. I will provide a situational update and share data regarding monkeypox in persons living with HIV and for persons who have received the monkeypox vaccine, updates on our vaccine eligibility and distribution, information on monkeypox treatment, and recent communications campaigns. I'll take the first slide, please. The number of monkeypox cases continues to rise around the world and here in the United States. As of August 29th, there were over 48,800 cases of monkeypox across 99 countries, which includes over 18,100 confirmed cases in the United States. California is now the state reporting the largest number of cases in the United States with 3,369 cases. As of yesterday, there have been 1,434 cases of monkeypox identified in LA County, as well as 72 cases reported in Long Beach and 17 cases reported in Pasadena. The profile of cases in LA County continues to align with what is being seen across both the country and the world. As reported on our public data dashboard on August 26th, the median age of monkeypox cases in LA County remains at 35 years. 98% of monkeypox cases report being male, and 96% of cases where sexual orientation is known report being LGBTQ+. New on our dashboard is data on monkeypox cases among persons experiencing homelessness, or PEH. There are 48 cases of monkeypox among PEH. 22 of these cases are among those in temporary housing situations, such as those staying at hotels or motels or couch surfing. 16 cases are unsheltered, living on the streets, encampments, or in parks. And 5 cases are in PEH congregate housing settings, such as shelters. In LA County, there have been 49 hospitalizations among persons with monkeypox. There have not been any deaths due to monkeypox in Los Angeles County or California. There is an early report of a death of an immunocompromised person with monkeypox in Texas, but we are waiting for confirmation and further information. Next slide, please. Here we have the epidemiological or epi curve for monkeypox cases in LA County by episode date, or when the case reports symptom onset. The columns show weekly case numbers beginning mid-May through last week. As you can see, after rising steadily through June and July, we reached a peak of 233 new cases in the week ending August 6th. Since then, we have plateaued with a small drop in cases the week following, and then a small rise in cases the week ending August 20th. Due to a lag in data reporting, data is incomplete for last week. In addition, I can report that although a month ago we were seeing a doubling of monkeypox cases in as few as 8 days, our doubling time has now increased to 22 days. The plateauing epicurve and the longer doubling time may be early indications that monkeypox virus transmission is beginning to slow in LA County. Similar trends are being noted in countries where the outbreak first began, as well as in other US jurisdictions. We will be watching the curve closely over this week and next week to see if the leveling off of new cases is sustained. Next slide, please. Today, we are reporting on new data on HIV and monkeypox co-infection. These data, which were derived by matching monkeypox cases against our HIV surveillance data, indicate that 42% of monkeypox cases in LA County have been among people living with HIV, which is consistent with countrywide estimates from the CDC. While the high rate of co-infection is concerning, the majority of monkeypox cases who are living with HIV are connected to care. In fact, 89% of HIV-positive persons diagnosed with monkeypox in LA County were engaged in HIV care in the prior 12 months, and 77% were virally suppressed. To further understand the impact of monkeypox virus infection among this group, Public Health is collaborating with CDC on a national report that will describe the clinical manifestations of monkeypox among persons living with HIV using data from local health jurisdictions from 5 states around the country. These data highlight the need for our providers to ensure that HIV patients who are eligible for monkeypox vaccination are vaccinated. We are working to onboard any remaining HIV providers who are not in our monkeypox vaccine provider network, and we are also meeting with our stakeholders and providers to discuss messaging and outreach to this population. Next slide, please. With vaccine supplies increasing, Public Health continues to rapidly distribute and administer monkeypox vaccine doses as they become available. Under phases 1 through 3 of federal allocations, we have received over 72,000 doses of the Jynneos vaccine. Public Health has distributed all of these doses, and as of yesterday, 74% of these doses have been administered. Last week, the federal government announced phase 4 allocations of over 360,000 vials of the Jynneos vaccine being made available to jurisdictions under phase 4. LA County has been allocated 24,767 vials, or about 120,000 doses. Distribution of phase 4 doses will occur in 3 tranches, with each tranche comprised of 1/3 of the allocation. Late last week, LA County received the first tranche of this allocation, which is 8,260 vials, or about 41,300 doses. The next tranches will be accessible once at least 85% of these vials are administered. We are estimating that with the doses LA County will receive in phase 4, we can fully vaccinate almost 100,000 people with the 2-dose series. This is about 56% of the estimated 180,000 people at risk in LA County. Next slide, please. Since the start of the outbreak, public health has worked with a variety of partners to make monkeypox vaccinations easily accessible to persons who are at greater risk for monkeypox at sites throughout the county. Here we show the number and percentage of total doses administered by site type. About half of our doses, or 28,462, have been administered at public health pods, and almost a quarter, or 13,323 doses, were provided by our over 50 community clinic and hospital partners. In addition, nearly 7,200 doses have been administered at community pods, pharmacy pop-up events, and other partner events, including those targeted to reach PEH and other vulnerable populations. Some of the current community pod locations are West Hollywood, Silver Lake, El Monte, Hollywood, and Highland Park. In addition, this past weekend, our community providers, St. John's and JWCH, vaccinated over 1,200 people at the LA Proud event in downtown Los Angeles. Next slide, please. Today, we are also sharing key demographics for individuals who have been vaccinated against monkeypox in LA County. These are based on August 26th data for 45,026 first doses of vaccine administered. This data will be available on our public dashboard later this week. The demographics of those receiving a first dose were generally consistent with the demographics of our monkeypox cases. The median age was 37 years, 92% reported being male. Where sexual orientation is known, 96% reported being LGBTQ+, and 42% resided in SPA4. However, when we look at race ethnicity data, there were some notable differences between our monkeypox cases and persons who have been vaccinated against monkeypox. Here in this figure on the left, you will see the race ethnicity breakdown of our monkeypox cases, and on the right is the race ethnicity of those who received a first dose of monkeypox vaccine. Whereas 40% and 11% of monkeypox cases are found in the Latinx and Black populations respectively, of those who received a first dose, only 32% were Latinx and 9% were Black. To address these lower rates of vaccination among the Latinx and Black population, public health will be working with community-based organizations that serve these populations on monkeypox control efforts, including but not limited to conducting outreach to ensure increased awareness and education, and identifying locations for vaccination events that improve access to the vaccine. Next slide, please. In response to phase 4 vaccine allocation announcement, last week, Public Health expanded our vaccine eligibility criteria to include, in addition to gay or bisexual men and transgender persons who had multiple or anonymous sex partners in the past 14 days, those who had skin-to-skin or intimate contact, such as kissing or hugging, with persons at large venues or events in the past 14 days. Additionally, persons of any gender or sexual orientation who engaged in commercial and/or transactional sex in the past 14 days are also now eligible for the monkeypox vaccine. Residents who meet prior eligibility criteria remain eligible for vaccination, and we continue to prioritize residents who are immunocompromised, including those with advanced or uncontrolled HIV, since they may be at high risk for severe disease. Residents who do not have access to the internet or need assistance accessing the vaccine can call our public health call center at 833-540-0473. Our staff are available to take calls 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. in multiple languages. Next slide, please. Los Angeles County residents who are eligible for their first or second doses of monkeypox vaccine can take advantage of several options to get vaccinated. We now have 53 community providers actively vaccinating their patients for monkeypox. We encourage residents who are eligible for a first dose or due for their second dose to contact their regular healthcare provider and ask if they are offering monkeypox vaccine. Residents can also get vaccinated through public health and community pod sites. The process has been streamlined, so no registration is required, and eligible residents can walk up to the 4 public health pods and some other community sites. They will be asked to show their identification and attest to their eligibility for the vaccine. If receiving their second dose, they are requested to bring their vaccine record. Residents can also now make an appointment at myterm.ca.gov to receive their first or second dose at a nearby community or provider site. With vaccine supplies improving, we are strongly encouraging all residents who are eligible for vaccination to walk up or schedule an appointment to get vaccinated. Next slide, please. In the current outbreak, most people with monkeypox have mild illness and recover without treatment, usually in 2 to 4 weeks. However, the antiviral medication tecovirimat, which is also known as TPOXX, is available to treat people who have severe disease or complications of monkeypox, or people who are at risk for severe disease. TPOXX can shorten the duration of illness caused by monkeypox and reduce the risk of death. Available data indicate that TPOXX is safe and has only minor side effects. A patient's healthcare provider will determine whether to prescribe TPOXX for their patients. Examples of possible indications include having pain or lesions that are so severe that they interfere with activities of daily living, or being at risk for severe illness, including those who are immunocompromised, are younger than 8 years of age, or are pregnant or breastfeeding. For those who don't have a healthcare provider, they can discuss treatment with the public health nurse who is assigned to their case. The public health nurse provides patient navigation to ensure the case has access to a provider for assessment for TPOXX. Next slide, please. TPOXX is readily available in Los Angeles County with 500 sites throughout the county offering this treatment to eligible patients. The medication is pre-positioned at 35 hubs that serve 465 satellite sites, such as health centers, clinics, and all hospitals in LA County. Public health provides logistical and clinical consultation to providers who have questions. To ensure access to this important treatment for our underserved communities, Public Health has prioritized the onboarding of sites such as community clinics and federally qualified health centers that serve these populations. We also provide treatment through public health clinics and LA County Department of Health Services hospitals. Next slide. A few weeks ago, I provided a brief update on several of our communications efforts, which included a robust social media campaign, radio and TV interviews in English and Spanish, printed assets, and more. As those efforts continue, Public Health is moving forward with radio PSAs on Spotify, Channel Q, and Pride Radio, and digital ads in English and Spanish on several LGBTQ dating apps. These PSAs and ads will be targeted to reach our LGBTQ community at large, and specifically Black and Latinx communities that have high usage of these dating apps. These ads will focus on monkeypox awareness, how to prevent monkeypox, and what residents should do if they think they have monkeypox. These media buys are being coordinated and aligned with several other partners who are also running media buys. Our communications team is also actively working to place out-of-home ads on billboards, bus shelters, and bus tails in various communities throughout the county. It is our hope that these efforts, along with many others, will continue to raise awareness among our residents about monkeypox, including importance and access to vaccination and treatment. Thank you. Happy to take some questions.
Thank you. We're going to hear from Dr. Galley first, and then we'll open up to questions to all three. Dr. Galley.
Thanks, and good morning or good afternoon, supervisors. I'll run through a short set of slides on COVID, and then after I finish going through the slides on COVID, I'll make just a few brief comments on vaccination activity with respect to monkeypox. So if you could please turn on the slides. For COVID overall, The number of patients with a positive COVID test has still been declining over the past several weeks, mirroring what is happening within the community overall and the overall level of community transmission that's out there. I'm happy to say that as that level of community transmission does decline, the stress on the hospitals and our clinics has also declined. We have a reduced number of staff call-offs due to people being COVID positive, and that helps with more people being able to return to work and helping us to restore our regular outpatient and inpatient service levels. If you could go to the next slide, slide 2. Thank you. And now on slide 3, this provides a snapshot of the utilization of our quarantine and isolation sites. The utilization, as you can see on the far right of the slide, has been stable over the past couple of months. This is a resource that's still available for individuals who are medically fragile or who need active medical oversight but aren't sick enough to require admission to a hospital, but also for one of a number of reasons aren't able to receive medical-related services at their home. Slide 4 starts a brief update on COVID community testing. The testing volume, and so if you could go to slide 4, the testing volume at the DHS managed community testing sites decreased by about 10% over the past couple of weeks. And over the past week, the test positivity rate from the DHS managed COVID PCR community testing sites fell to 20%. And if you'll remember, that number had peaked at the high 20s several weeks ago. And again, this just mirrors what we see in the community overall with a decline in community transmission. We do have capacity at all of our community testing sites with somewhat declines, particularly in the pickup and drop-off locations that are available across the county. And visually, you can see these trends on the next 2 slides, slide 5 and 6. First, if you'll go to slide 5, this shows the overall test utilization rate at the community COVID PCR test sites. You can see on the far right of the slide that the volume remains relatively stable, and the yellow and the green represents still unused capacity that's available to the public. These sites are open to the public and targeted predominantly at individuals who have symptoms consistent with COVID or know that they had an exposure or a close contact with someone at COVID. Slide 6 shows the same trend with the gray bars and the yellow bars representing unused capacity. This is rather though for the pickup and drop-off locations. We have seen reduced utilization at these sites and also lower numbers of the rate of the test kits being returned once they're picked up. And I would encourage any individual who does use one of these sites to pick up a COVID PCR test kit to use it and return it within 1 to 2 days. We're very glad that the resource of the community testing sites is open and available to the public, especially to those who might have trouble accessing testing through their provider or through their health plan, or for individuals who lack insurance. At the same time, as you'll notice, we see that the overall utilization of the community testing sites is low. And we see that, though, as generally a positive sign that there's wide availability of both PCR and antigen testing at various retail sites like retail pharmacies, as well as through the established health system. And at this point in the pandemic, 2.5 years in, this is really a welcome and expected transition as the established healthcare system takes on its normal role as it does with other viruses or with other conditions where people can obtain access to testing and treatment within those established resources. So we plan to continue to maintain community testing for the foreseeable future as we've just received ARPA Tranche 2 funding to be able to maintain that. But we also expect that the utilization may continue to remain low and certainly lower than it was earlier in the pandemic because of this generally positive trend that people have broader availability to testing from other parts of the health system. If you could close the slides, and I'll just make very brief comments on monkeypox. We have vaccination efforts, as Dr. Singhal just referred to, that are ongoing within the jails through our correctional health service teams. Vaccinations are proactively offered to all individuals who are deemed to be high risk by the Department of Public Health criteria. The acceptance rate to date in the jails is about 33% or so. However, in addition to proactively offering and reoffering the vaccine to all individuals who are at high risk, the vaccine is also available to anyone and everyone in the jail, regardless of their risk status, if individuals identify that they want to receive the vaccine. They're made aware of that possibility, and individuals can request through a health services request option being able to get the vaccine, even if they don't meet those high-risk criteria. There's several hundred doses of vaccine that have been given to date within the jails, and we have already started the second doses as well, with about 150 or so second doses given to date. Outside of the jails, DHS clinics and hospitals are also actively participating in delivery of the monkeypox vaccines as well. I'm very appreciative to DPH for their continued assistance and their support in making the inventory that is needed available. That concludes my remarks, but please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all three of you. Questions, colleagues? Supervisor Hahn.
I always think something's going to be before me. Thank you, doctors, for this presentation. Dr. Farrar, I know you're feeling better, as we all are, that our numbers are continuing to decline, especially since I think we were all concerned about all of our kids going back to school. They're so anxious to go back to school, but I know you're probably never relieved, right? Until this has been 10 years in your rearview mirror, then maybe. But I think for the rest of us, we do feel a little bit better that the numbers seem to be declining. So in the beginning of the summer, you mentioned how important ventilation in the classrooms could be. Particularly, I know you wouldn't recommend it, but they're not going to be requiring masking indoors. So I think it was your take that better ventilation could, in fact, reduce transmission. We asked our LA County Office of Education to do a survey of the school's needs as it related to ventilation and any other COVID-19 resources, needs that they might have. And the majority of the school districts, 24 out of 29, said they have unmet ventilation needs. I just know in my district, that's South Whittier, East Whittier, Norwalk, La Mirada. They all said that their top needs were upgrades to their air systems, air filter replacements. They were talking about they needed better outdoor learning environments, touchless water fountains. And one district, which I think this has other implication, one district said that needed new windows that could actually open. So I was like, okay, that's a whole nother, seems to be a scary scenario. Do you, I know it's not public health necessarily your number one responsibility, but can you, just as our Director of Public Health, think of what we could do to improve ventilation? Are you aware of any low-cost solutions that we could possibly promote? Again, I know you saw this right off the bat. You were already like predicting, if you're not going to require masks, I'm telling you, ventilation is going to be really important. What should our response be to our schools?
Yeah, thank you so much, Supervisor Hahn. I think this is a really important issue, and it's important for schools. It's also important for workplaces. I mean, making sure that, our workers are our teachers and our staff at our schools as well, have as much protection as possible is vitally important. And we have, as you noted, been working hard. I will say, there are probably 3 areas where we've been trying to support the schools and of course, grateful for all the support we get from the LA County Office of Education. The first is our guidance documents, all reference not just the importance of good ventilation indoors, but we link to toolkits about just what you said. There are some lower cost ways of improving ventilation in our older classrooms where it'd be super expensive to do a whole HVAC overhaul, but there are much less expensive sort of options that can happen right in a classroom, including appropriate, it has to be the right use of fans and the right use of air filters. And that information, every single school district has received that, as well as a link to a CDC toolkit it's an interactive toolkit, and we think it's very useful. We also let all the school districts know about opportunities to apply for grants. You're right, this isn't really our area, which they're not our grants, but there are grants both at the state and the federal level that are available to schools. There's one grant that the state is offering now for school districts that does allow you to really upgrade your HVAC systems. And I think the due date on that grant is the middle of October. And not only have we sent out the information, but we're happy to have our environmental health team provide some TA to people on sort of soliciting, completing the solicitation for those grants. And the last thing we did is we've convened a working group that's made up of school administrators, our school labor partners, and our own expert staff here, both from infectious disease control. Our outbreak management folks have really good sense about sort of how to improve ventilation indoors at schools. They've spent now almost 2 years working with schools on that, as well as our environmental health team that is certified to do this kind of work. And we've started meeting regularly to come up with strategies that we'd be able to use and implement across the county. So, I'm really grateful for all the members of that work group, who are volunteering their time to work with us and figure out what would be some both short-term and longer-term goals that we should be establishing for that improved ventilation at our schools.
Thank you. And I know you still have your regular calls that you do with certain sectors in the county, and do you call with the superintendents, or I forget who's on your call for?
We do both school superintendents and also anybody. We have a school call for people who work in schools at whatever level.
Yeah, good. Well, I appreciate that, and I think you're right. I'll get this. I'll make sure and pass it on to my school district and my district. But I do appreciate that you are giving them some low-cost solutions that they could begin to utilize. So thank you for that, Dr. Farr. I'm going to switch to Dr. Singhal. Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate your efforts to distribute Mpox vaccine doses to some of our community providers as fast as they can administer them. I know I wrote you a letter 2 weeks ago asking that more doses be sent to our community providers. And I'm still hearing that they have the bandwidth to administer more Mpox vaccines. Have you given a higher percentage of vaccines to our community health partners since we last spoke?
So I can say that we are giving doses out as fast as they can use them. So we have no reason to hold back on doses. And so as soon as they're reaching their 80-85% administration, they request more doses from us, we are getting it out to them. So I think, if we even look back to when supplies were a little bit tighter, whenever possible, we would pull supplies from other places, from the pods or from other, more public sites to make sure that we were getting doses to them. So we would welcome, any of the providers that are, that do feel like they don't have doses to please reach out to us, because we are not refusing doses to anyone.
They sort of didn't answer the question. That's kind of like, are you giving a higher percentage than you were last time?
I think we are.
Yeah, okay.
We are. If you look at our data that we shared when we first started, the pods were the biggest place.
Yeah.
And we had almost 60 to 70% of the administration was happening with us. And today you saw we're down to about 50%.
Okay.
But our goal is to have the network, right? We don't gain anything. I mean, we're here to fill in the gaps.
So that's what I was saying. I'm still hearing from some of them that they feel like they have the bandwidth that they could do more if you would give them to them.
Yeah, I think as Dr. Singhal noted, we're constrained by this sort of 80-85% rule. Yeah. We've shared with all your offices, what that administration cadence looks like. We do know the providers will take longer than we will take at our sites to get those doses administered because they're usually using appointments, and we're fine with that. But they do need to use up a good portion of what they've been allocated and administer it.
No, you're right. We got to get this out. It does seem like this vaccine is working. Not that COVID wasn't, but that the advantage of this one is even if you've been exposed, like you can get a vaccine, and which I think makes a whole different attitude with people in terms of wanting this vaccine and trying to find out where they can get it. I have my office actually purchased the vaccine van that public health, you've been great about supporting me, and Christina, you've been great about supporting that. And we have our county nurses that will show up, and I've been doing them at, art walks and community events, and sort of like, I want to take those COVID vaccines and boosters to where, folks already are. And I feel like it's been really successful. I want to do the same thing with Mpox vaccines in my mobile van and take it to places where we know that this high-risk population already is. And so I'm going to be working with you to see if we can't staff and have the supply available for something like the mobile van, because I do feel like this is a vaccine that works if we take it right where people actually are. I feel like there's a lot less hesitancy about people wanting this vaccine, and it's more like, where can I get it? So again, I'm going to be working to see if that's going to be possible.
That is possible. It's possible for anybody. Any office that has events in the community that you want us to go to. We use the same strategy. We have capacity to have mobile vaccine teams that can go. And again, this is a targeted effort at the moment. But we would love to partner with you at places in the community where people are gathering.
Yeah,
that's a strategy.
Thank you. Excellent. Okay, that's all my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other members? Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few questions for Dr. Ferrer and Dr. Singhal. Dr. Ferrer, when you were talking about our COVID community levels, and you went through where we are with the medium, I guess majority in the medium, and I think we had 213 cases, current values, and that's at the people in the last 7 days. And so I'm wondering if you have an opinion yet in terms of what we might see in the next 2 weeks, where you think we're going here with all of this, with transmission, hospitalization, and the fact also that we're seeing a smaller increase at our schools and work sites. So
yeah, thank you so much, Supervisor Solis, and for all your support as well. And I am optimistic, so I'll go on record. I do feel much better about where we are today than where we've been for quite a while, because a lot of what we've learned about this pandemic allows us, I think, to be more hopeful. The fact that we don't have a new subvariant or sublineage that's gaining dominance is a really, really good sign. Because in the past, particularly this year, what we've just seen is, we just moved very quickly from one variant to another without getting a real break. I think we're getting a break now because what we have circulating is BA.5. That's what's really dominating. And we have a decline in cases, and nothing else is sort of really showing up at the moment, which I think is good news for us. And, I think that coupled with the fact that, many people are being very serious about taking responsibility and being careful and, doing everything they love to do, but layering in some of those protections, I think bodes well for us. And I do feel optimistic that sometime within the next week or so, we should see ourselves move to a different threshold for the community level map. I do think we'll get below 200 new cases per 100,000. That's a weekly rate. As I noted, that still represents a fair amount of transmission, but a lower level of transmission than what we've seen. And it would allow us, assuming our hospital data remains at where it is now, which stabilizes at the place it is now, which I think is also possible because cases still drive our hospital numbers. So I think with cases going down, hospitals will either stabilize or drop a little bit more as well. And I do feel like in the next week or so, you'll see CDC move us from the medium community level to the low community level. We won't be the only place in California that's moved. A couple of counties have already moved. But barring some, real explosion of a new variant or, as always after a holiday, we have to be super careful because there's a lot of intermingling. I think within the next week or 10 days, we should expect a continued decline in cases. It'll be a small decline, but enough to move us potentially to a that lower community level. Now, because transmission will still be high at 200 new cases per 100,000, we do want people to continue to take care and be sensible and particularly protect those who are most vulnerable. It's really not time to declare victory, but what it is time is to acknowledge the tools that we use make a difference. We're in a different place, and we can go ahead because we're in that different place and acknowledge that there's less risk.
So the other question I have is, given the news that we're getting back from Washington that they're going to now stop making available the testing kits and you've got to go to the drugstore or to your provider. We know, in fact, that there are many people that are uninsured and people that are undocumented that are still going to need to receive or should have availability and access. So I'm wondering what our plan will be. How will that change, or will it change? Will we just continue to do what we're doing?
I'll comment on sort of what we're doing, and then I know Dr. Galley also supports a lot of the testing, but I do want to say we distribute millions and millions of over-the-counter test kits at, as you know, community sites, all of our vaccination clinics, all of our public health clinics, many of our mobile teams have over-the-counter test kits that they distribute to people that they encounter. We also distribute, as you know, to our worker councils. We have a massive distribution plan that, our federally qualified health centers that can help us. Again, our goal is for people who are uninsured or underinsured, don't have access, for that not to be a reason why they're not using what we call an important testing strategy. We think it's super important that people test. When they're gathering, if they're gathering indoors, after they return from travel, really before travel, to avoid taking the virus. There's still a lot of asymptomatic spread, and that's people who have no symptoms or very mild symptoms capable of spreading. So testing's a vitally important strategy. We're disappointed that the federal government hasn't come up with the additional resources because
Congress.
Congress. You're right. Because again, this has been a vitally important strategy on helping us sort of live with COVID. I think that's where we're all at, living with COVID, but testing remains important. And we wouldn't want some people to have access and other people not to. I also want to note at our schools, we have massive distribution of testing so that they can both do all the response testing they need to do and enroll in a program to do that. But we also make sure that they have over-the-counter tests that they can give out to their families and their students.
So, Dr. Ferrer, what still concerns me is that people are testing, but they're not reporting. So is there, tell me what that gap is, if you can conceptualize it for someone like me.
Yeah, I think you're just like me. I mean, I think there's a gap. I mean, we all know there's a gap. So I think why we don't worry about the gap as much as we might had we been sort of earlier in the pandemic is there is a lot of capacity for testing. So the big worry at the beginning was people weren't getting tested. We didn't have their results, but that was because there was no capacity to test everyone. So I feel like we're in a great place because people can, in fact, most people can, in fact, access testing here in LA County. And that lets you know your own status. That lets you test when you think it's important to test. It lets you test when you've got symptoms. Dr. Galley and her team have done an amazing job with the community testing sites. And the most important part of the progress we're making is that people have access to testing. Yes, it is important for surveillance purposes that we understand what the level of transmissibility is in the community. But between the testing that's still reported to us, which is all the PCR testing, which, as you know, because thousands and thousands of new people every day, we still get their test results, and what we're doing with wastewater surveillance and sort of the Sentinel early alerts we've set up, like at our emergency departments, we get a good sense early on about when transmission is increasing in the county. And that for us is sort of the most useful piece of information we need from surveillance is, you know, when is transmission going up? When is it going down? And so we can triangulate the data we have to feel pretty comfortable we're not missing a lot. And we're not going to be caught off guard or by surprise. But I do understand the frustration when I say, you know, the numbers we report now on cases are a vast underrepresentation. And I know, you know, some people think we should make everybody report who's doing the over-the-counter tests. We know that that really isn't going to work well. And there's also a quality issue there. So our focus is that people have very good access to testing and they know what to do with their test results.
And hopefully with this big holiday, you know, Labor Day, we won't experience what we did after the 4th of July or Memorial weekend. Obviously, things have changed. It seems to me, given the data and what you're presenting. So thank you for your good work and your staff. I see them at all our events and really want to thank you for that and know that it's critical and we appreciate you and the staff that's there. And with that, Madam Chair, I just wanted to ask Dr. Singal a couple of questions and really say thank you to both you and Dr. Ferrer and everybody that's been engaged in helping to reach out with the monkeypox vaccine pop-ups. I want to give you a big shout out because I am very pleased to know that communities in the 1st District where we're disproportionately impacted, the rates you're showing in terms of minority groups, 40% for Latinos, and it varies for other groups, but it's just very important. And I want to say thank you because you helped to move quickly in El Monte, which I think the last time we were live, I reported that I had gone there physically and noticed that there were a lot of AAPI individuals that also came. So believe it or not, this is working. And I'm very happy to say that. And knowing that you also went to East Hollywood, Silver Lake, and Highland Park, and you were, I think you continue in Obregon Park, which is still very important. And I know other partners of ours, federally qualified and other clinics are helping us in farther parts of my district in Pomona, I believe, and we're looking at other places. So anything we can do to work with you there, I'm very happy to do that. And I understand over the weekend at Grant Park, they had a big Pride Festival, and I believe there were 1,400 monkeypox vaccinations given with our partner, St. John's. So a big shout out to all our partners. And just to continue, Dr. Ferrer and Dr. Singal, to get the word out to our immigrant and bilingual communities and making sure that this population, also African-American as well as Latino, are really folks that we need to be reaching. So there's going to be a lot of activities between now and next week. Hopefully you all will be out there and spreading the word. So I just really want to thank both of you and love working with you and your staff. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Just quickly want to echo Supervisor Solis's comments and just really make sure that given the trends that you've outlined so clearly, that our messaging and our eligibility requirements continue to target those most at risk. I think that's just the kind of logical thing to do. As you look at the trends, make sure our requirements are targeting those people. So I want to echo Supervisor Solis's comments and thank you for your work. Any additional questions or comments? And again, hoping everybody goes to covid.gov to get your federally supplied tests before September 2nd. I did. When I went on the website, you know, they said, oh, if you didn't get your first two, you can get your first two. So I couldn't remember if I'd gotten the second one. Apparently I did, because they told me I only get one more round. But again, hoping everybody does go to covid.gov to get it while the getting is still possible. Any other questions or comments for our presenters? Seeing none, thank you. This report is received and filed. We thank you all again. Hearing no objections, such will be the order. So colleagues, as well as members of the public, we are now going to go into closed session to address some pressing issues. Before we do, want to update everyone and announce the fact that the board will be starting to have virtual presentations. You know, as a result of COVID, the board had to do away with the wonderful ceremonial presentations that happen here in the boardroom. And so we're going to start those up now virtually. And so when we are in closed session, you will see the virtual presentations. We're going to kick it off today. Ironically, Supervisor Barger and I are both acknowledging 108th birthday. Supervisor Barger is leading a presentation to the Building Industry Association, the BIA, for their 108th anniversary. And I am acknowledging a constituent, Annie L. Woods Juarez, who is turning 108. Executive Officer, please read us into closed session.
In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item CS1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. CS2, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. CS3, department head performance evaluation. CS4, conference with labor negotiator Fezia Davenport and designated staff. And CS5, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation as indicated on the posted and supplemental agendas.
Building Industry Association has been a true partner in LA County. And as we move forward talking about affordable housing and the fact that we need to build throughout the entire county, you all have been incredible partners. And I want to provide this proclamation recognizing your 100th year anniversary, being really the voice for the building industry, which truly is a Herculean effort. But you all have been incredible partners. So I want to thank you on behalf of the County of Los Angeles for the partnership and for all the work you do. So with that, I'd like to present this proclamation to you on behalf of the County of Los Angeles. Congratulations on 100 years, and I look forward to the work we're going to do together.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So my name is Jeff Montejano, CEO of BIA Southern California, and we're here at the Tournament of Roses House celebrating our 100-year anniversary with our float unveiling today. We can't thank the supervisor enough for being a staunch advocate in housing. We continue to try to build for the future and try to build livable communities. And thanks to her and her leadership, working with LA County has been exceptional for us in this housing crisis. And we look forward to the collaboration, not just with her office, but the county and its residents as we build towards the future.
Good afternoon. Bill McReynolds with Warmington Residential. We have been a 96-year builder developer in LA County. And we have the unique opportunity right now of actually building a development right now in Catherine Barger's district. And the office has always been a partner for us. Whenever we've had an issue, we've been able to call the supervisor's office. So I just want to thank Catherine Barger and her office for their leadership as an advocate for home building in LA County.
What movie were you watching? Killing that lady's bandwidth and everything, you know.
Telling you, man. The board is in session and will return to open session once closed session has ended. The board is currently in closed session and will return to open session once closed session has ended. The board is currently in closed session and will return to open session once closed session has ended. The board is currently in closed session and will return to open session once closed session has ended. board is currently in closed session and will return to open session once closed session has ended. The board is currently in closed session and will return to open session once closed session has ended.
I'll now take roll to confirm attendance. Supervisor Solis. Supervisor Solis, you're on mute. Oh, it doesn't appear that they can hear me. We'll take roll. Colleagues, can you hear me? They cannot. I think others on WebEx can hear me, but I don't, but.
Are you talking?
Yes.
I can't hear you.
I can't hear her either.
I can hear you, Janice.
I can hear you, Janice, and Catherine. I can't hear me, Holly. Oh, brother. Janice, see what you did? You were gone. Look what happened.
Could someone tell them they're live? The general public will bear.
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Test, test. All right. So the public could hear you, the public could hear me, we just couldn't hear each other. Go figure. So now that we can all hear each other, we'll go ahead and call roll. Supervisor Solis.
Here.
Supervisor Hahn.
Here.
Supervisor Barger.
Here.
Executive Officer, please read the report of action.
The following is a report of action taken in closed session on August 30th, 2022. Item CS1, no reportable action was taken. Item CS2, no reportable action was taken. CS3, no reportable action was taken. CS4, no reportable action was taken. And CS5, no reportable action was taken.
Thank you very much. Item 14, addressing allegations of sexual assault in the probation juvenile facilities, which was held by Supervisor Hahn. Supervisor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we'll have Chief Gonzalez here in open session. Oh,
Yes,
there he
we
is.
will.
Okay.
Yes, we will. Did you want to provide opening remarks, or did you want to go? You want to provide opening remarks, or did you want to go directly to him?
I want to have a couple remarks for the public. I appreciate it was important for me that we do some of this in open session. I think the public knows that we went into closed session for a while. We've just come out, and there are certain sensitive things about the lawsuit that our lawyers were advising us that shouldn't be talked about in open session. But I thought it was important that the chief speak to some of these issues in open session. And 2 weeks ago, the LA Times published an article about 2 lawsuits that were filed with horrifying allegations of sexual abuse and assault at our LA County juvenile detention facilities. These allegations are extensive. They come from 70 women who were all girls at the time. From 1985 to 2019, they take place at 6 different of our facilities, and they name more than 30 alleged perpetrators. And I know my colleagues on this board feel like I do. We are horrified. It was hard to read the report. It was stomach turning. And these girls in our probation camps are in our care. And I'm horrified that the alleged abuse has been happening for, it looks like, a long time. To be honest, and I think this is true for all of us, we're kind of questioning the entire model of juvenile custody. Of locking kids up, especially our girls. And the concept of locking up our girls in the custody of primarily men who have an enormous amount of power over them, it just seems like a recipe for disaster, and it was. And according to these allegations, that's what it was. Ultimately, we're at another time, let's look at our system of locking up young girls. But in the meantime, I think we need to get to the bottom of what happened in our camps and halls. We need to ensure that, importantly, it never happens again. So we're asking our chief probation officer to come before us in open session and explain what he is doing to prevent sexual assaults from happening in our probation facilities. And again, I know that lawsuits are pending. There's certain things he can't say, but I do think the public and certainly the families of these girls in our protection, would like to hear you say what you're doing and can doing. And if you would like to, Chief, to say, I hope you say a lot of what you said in closed session in terms of your passion and your commitment about that. And then I just have a few questions I'd like to ask you in open session after you give your opening statement. So Chief, if you'd like to give your opening statement.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for having me here this afternoon. Thank you, Supervisor Hans, for bringing this to our attention. I want to assure your board that I'm committed to the safety and security of the youth under our care. I have zero tolerance for any abuse of our children, and any member of the organization that's involved in any type of sexual abuse will be discharged or prosecuted. Let me just say, in 44 years as a police officer, and 6 years as a probation officer, I've never seen anything like this. It's disheartening. It was horrific to read the allegations. And if true, people should be fired and prosecuted. Let me just say that I have zero tolerance for any sexual assault, sexual abuse, or any miscarriage of justice with our young people. I don't care how long you've been in the organization, and I don't care how long this has taken place, 20, 25, 30, it don't matter. These young girls need to be heard. As a police officer, peace officers, we're held to a much higher standard. And when you break that standard, the faith, the trust, we don't need you. And for all those men and women that work very hard, committed to supporting the young people, I'm sorry you got caught up on this, but you have to also stand up for what is right. Our commitment is we're going to take care of our young people, take care of our children, if you will, and make sure that we're staying focused on our mission, our core values, caring, compassion, and service. And what we see so far, we need a lot of work. We're going to fix this. One of the things that I was asked to do is to talk about what are we doing to prevent this from occurring again. One thing we talked about is the PREA, the Prison Rape Elimination Act, which every employee, officer coming to the facility is trained on how to report, how to document, and how to investigate any allegation of sexual abuse, sexual harassment, or retaliation for that matter. Because I also hear about retaliation. That's even worse. The board approved a few years back 2 full-time positions to run the PREA unit. A director and assistant director. This is a high-level staff that have the obligation and responsibility to make sure that all of our young people are taken care of. They create policies, procedures, protocols, training, so that we're all on the same page when it comes to taking care of our young people. The complaints from our young people, if you read the article, vary from sexual harassment to abuse to actually sexual exploitation. I hope that when we get through this investigation, those individuals that were standing on the sidelines will step up and do what's right. Many of us know when someone's doing something wrong, and sometimes we choose to remain silent, but no more. We need your participation. We need your involvement. We need to take care of these young people. Girls, but it could be boys. Let me not just leave the boys out, okay? Let's think about both. But right now we're talking about the girls. PREA training and communication is key. All young people coming to the facilities receive training and education on PREA. Informational pamphlets, there's postage throughout the facility, and the parents also receive a handbook. On page 16, it talks about PREA. In addition, the PREA policies are posted on a public-facing website for everyone to see. In 2019, the department received a grant from the Bureau of Justice Assistance to help develop the PREA guidelines and training, and we'll continue with that effort. Not only do all employees get 4 hours of training initially when they get hired, they get an annual refresher training. And on top of that, in 2006, when we had a DOJ here, we got some additional training in sexual abuse, child neglect, and that's part of the mandatory training every year as well. All volunteers, community-based organizations that are coming into our facility also participate in pre-year training before they can get clearance to come in. Our probation department also trains members of LACO, Juvenile Court Health Services, and Department of Mental Health staff, so that we're all on the same page. All of us are mandatory reporters. We have to report when we see something that's wrong, illegal, or immoral. And like I said earlier, the pre-year standards are posted throughout the facility. Some additional measures that we've taken, there's the Office of Ombudsman, who's available to our clients. The office is the neutral resource for our clients, our parents, our youth, and community members can reach out and call. I want to thank your board for installing video cameras at Central Juvenile Hall and also approved to install cameras at the other facilities. The increased surveillance cameras will support and assist us in keeping things in order for safety and security. We also have developed a strong working relationship with the Office of Inspector General, who conducts weekly meetings with our internal affairs managers to evaluate all the complaints that are coming in. And most recently, we developed a curriculum entitled Professional Boundaries, where we teach staff in a 4-hour block of instruction not to cross the line, how to work with young people, and how to motivate and mentor young people to still maintain your professional line or boundaries. With that, Supervisor, that completes my presentation, and I'll open the questions.
Okay, thank you. Really appreciate. I think that's what we all want to hear is like even a tinge of anger and you know, something you've never heard of or seen in your entire career, and how you're so committed to making sure this doesn't happen again. You know, the hour is late, and I don't want to ask you a bunch of questions, but I'm just going to maybe throw out a few at once, and then maybe you can touch on them. I mean, you know, you do talk about written policies, handbooks, training, and basically everybody should know what's right and wrong. So we kind of got that, but you know I know I want to hear, but how are you making sure that your DPOs are following the process? That's one. Number two, you did touch on cameras a lot. So what I would want to say is, are we regularly monitoring these cameras? Are we looking at the footage? Because one of the allegations was that girls were lured into the administration office for the purpose of abusing them, and there was no cameras in there. So maybe just touch on again, good thing to have cameras, but how are we making sure that we're monitoring them? And then I think, you know, we were all pretty concerned about the whole idea of men overseeing young girls in their custody. You know, the allegations that male DPOs were watching them shower, I think was just horrifying to read. So what are we doing to kind of tip that balance? I mean, I would want to see the female DPOs supervising women showering or transferring them in vans, or anytime there was movement from one place to the other. I know I would rather see a female doing that. So kind of those three. Great having policies. How do you enforce it? Great having cameras. How do you make sure they're capturing potential abuse? And what can you assure the public about the girls being watched as they shower never happening again? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you for the question. The first one, how do we ensure that staff are following the policy and procedures? Like we said earlier, common sense. Sometimes common sense is not common. I think one of the areas we can do is have supervisors on the floors walking. So it's critical to have appropriate staffing to do just that. Our senior staff are also in the units, making sure things are being followed correctly. As far as cameras, we do monitor the cameras for compliance with the Board of State Community Corrections. But I think this other issue, this also comes to light. we need to monitor the cameras, not just for compliance, but make sure that we're doing the right thing at the right time when no one is watching you. And as far as cameras in the administrative offices, that's something that we're going to take back and see what we can do to address that concern. And as far as men seeing the girls taking showers, or even women seeing the boys taking showers, the policy is that they're supposed to be gendered, same gender. So we just make sure that we reinforce that policy and not allow the men to be in there when the women are taking showers, or even getting dressed or undressed.
Thank you. Supervisor Hahn, anything else before I move on to another board member?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Hahn and Chair Mitchell, for bringing the motion to us today. We all know that these youth are incredibly vulnerable and have multiple traumas already and have histories of abuse in many cases, including sexual abuse. But while in the county's care and under the probation department supervision for over 3 decades, youth have been harmed by deputy probation officers and co-workers and managers who have enabled or allowed for this criminal misconduct to occur. And I'm incredibly disgusted, along with my colleagues, by this, and to learn that many of these abusers were allowed to stay in these facilities and allowed to have access to dozens of other victims. These youth who already felt powerless are subjected to further abuse and torment. I was angry, so angry, that these abusers continue to threaten and intimidate them even after they were released. It is just plain sick, and it's predatory behavior. And I know that the current Chief Gonzalez, was not around when all this happened, but under his leadership, there must be nothing short of action and accountability. We have to clean house and ensure that if there are allegations or investigations, that these are looked into promptly, thoroughly, and independently. And I'm looking to the Probation Oversight Commission and the Inspector General to lead on this with full cooperation from the Probation Department, from rank and file, and especially from our leadership. We believe victims and survivors of sexual assault and misconduct in LA should not be treated and abused. We do not make excuses for abusers. We hold them accountable to the full extent of the law. These young people are now adults, and they deserve to be safe. They deserve to be cared for and believed. They deserve to be in a place where they could learn and grow and thrive. And it takes courage and bravery to step up and talk about this trauma and harm. And I know that it will continue to be something that all of us here are going to focus on in the remaining months and weeks ahead until we solve this problem. I do want to ask the chief, and some of the questions were already asked by Supervisor Hahn, but I want to make sure that just questions that I have. Do we have any staff who have any allegations or investigations of misconduct, specifically sexual misconduct, currently employed by the probation department? And if so, how many? And what is the status of these investigations?
Supervisor, if I may, I think that would be a conversation that would be best had with counsel in closed session.
Very good. Then I will hold back on my further questions. And Chief, I just want you to know that we support you. I do. And that we want to see these investigations thoroughly, to the extent possible, investigated, and make sure that we are enforcing the full intent of the law, and that these abusers will not continue in our service with the County of Los Angeles. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Barger?
I'm going to be real short because I think the questions asked, and I think you Chief, know the sentiment of all of us. I mean, over 70 young women have come forward, and in my opinion, one is one too many. And I'm glad that you pointed out, we're talking about the women at Scott, but my concern is across the board, the victims across the board. You know, I just want to say that as we find out the names of the perpetrators, I hope we will aggressively work with the DA to go after them criminally. And if there is not enough to get them criminally, I hope that we as a board will look at civil actions that can be taken to hold these individuals accountable. And, you know, I feel very, very strongly about this. And Chief Gonzalez, you know, based on your comments and based on what I've heard my colleagues say, the weight of this county will come down on anyone who has had the kind of conduct that's been alleged in these lawsuits. And I hope that we as a board will continue to vigorously support the victims, but also make sure that we hold accountable those that did it and let the people that work in probation know that this culture is unacceptable and that it will not be tolerated, and we will have a zero tolerance moving forward for any conduct, even those that know about it that do not report it will be held accountable as well. So with that, Chief, we are going to work together to address this issue. So I appreciate the work you're doing, and my office is here to help and support you in any way we can. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Hahn, thank you very much for the motion, and I appreciate the opportunity to sign on as a co-author. What happens to people in institutions is a painful thing. And when you think about children who are our responsibility, when you think about sexual assault of women who are institutionalized, it goes without saying, it's unconscionable. So, Chief, I hope that you have heard the commitment of this board. I hope you are clear about our expectation about a culture shift in our facilities. When we talk about care first, jails last, we're also clear about our expectations about the treatment of people, particularly our juveniles, while being detained in county facilities. So we look forward to ongoing conversations, ongoing policies put in place to protect the minors in our custody, ongoing policies put in place to empower minors in our custody, to bring forward information, particularly when their safety is being compromised. Any final remarks, Chief, before we move on from this motion?
But this one, again, thank the board for bringing this matter to the forefront. And also, again, I want to reiterate those hardworking, dedicated employees need to stand up, and we really appreciate your effort. And those of you who are out there violating the law, you will be held accountable.
Thank you,
Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Hearing no additional comments, item 14 is before us, moved by Supervisor Hahn. I will second to approve the item. Please call the roll.
Item 14 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion carries 4-0. Madam Chair, I would like to read in a clarification for item 8. There was no vote to continue item 8 to September 27th. The original motion to not deny the appeal failed for a lack of second. Therefore, no action was taken on the appeal before you today. Accordingly, the original Regional Planning Commission approval of the project is deemed affirmed.
Thank you for that clarification. Moving on to items 19 and 29. Is it my understanding, Supervisor Solis, that you've released the hold on these two items?
Yes, given the late hour, Madam Chair.
Okay, then
Yes.
we'll go, how about we go directly to the motion then on items on items 19 and 29. Item 19 has been amended. Do we need to read the amendments in, Madam
Yes,
Executive
and
Officer?
if, you know, I can read that in. Supervisor Solis would like to revise her and Supervisor Kuehl's joint motion to include directive number 2, that the 120-day report back to the board recommendation should be based on feedback and input from the community stakeholders and community groups within the unincorporated communities.
Any questions on the read-in language on the amendment? Supervisor Barger?
No, I just want to thank you for doing that. I felt very strongly about that, so thank you for incorporating that into your motion.
Excellent. So hearing no other comments, item 19 as amended is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Barger to approve the item as amended. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 19 as amended is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
We'll now take a vote on item 29, moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 29 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Item 20, implementing the Cultural Policy Strategic Plan. Supervisor Solis?
Yes, Madam Chair, I want to not read this in. I prefer that we just take the vote. So I'm also withdrawing my
Releasing the
request to
hold.
speak on it.
Okay, perfect. Any questions or comments anyone has on item 20? Seeing none.
I want to thank everyone for Madam Chair, just, excuse me, for those people that called in, I really do want to thank all of them. Many of them were our commissioners and people representing our stakeholder art community throughout the county. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Indeed. Item 20, moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve the item. Please call the roll.
Item 20 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Item 23, colleagues, the county's response to the Windsor Hills fatalities and fast-tracking solutions to increase traffic fatalities countywide, which I held. Given the nature of the motion, I hope you all don't mind that I'm going to continue to hold it. Again, as I know all of my colleagues who joined me in an adjourn in memory, we want to acknowledge the emotional pain and trauma that the event, quite frankly, has caused the greater Los Angeles community, particularly the Windsor Hills community that I have the privilege of representing. You know, I live off of La Brea, not in that immediate community, but that's kind of my main thoroughfare that I traverse in the course of my life. And so, in the course of, you know, all that I do. And so, the Slauson Corridor is an area that I'm very familiar with and completely feel the anxiety and the sense of loss that we heard many callers express today. Today's board meeting is the second board meeting since the tragic event early August, and this motion calls on our entire county family to rise to the occasion. A 5-person fatality with 8 additional injuries is tragically record-setting. It's one of the worst auto crashes in the county's history over the last 10 years. And while it's hard to imagine why anyone would travel at such high speeds through an intersection like this is indeed our call to action. The unfortunate reality is that traffic fatalities are endemic, and Black people are dying from them at a disproportionate rate. The motion before you, colleagues, attempts to address 3 specific issues. First, we have to address the specific intersection of La Brea and Slauson. This incident was unimaginable, and we need to explore ways to make the community safer. In this motion, I call on the Department of Public Works to make some short-term improvements at the intersection and to begin working on a community traffic safety plan for the overall area. Second, the county's response to the fatalities and the incident itself, quite frankly, left a lot to be desired. for myself, for many of the community members in Ladera Heights, Windsor Hills, and the View Park community, who had to continue to attempt to travel through that intersection in the hours immediately following the incident. And so it's my expectation to get to the bottom of that. So this motion calls for a third party to conduct an after-action review of the county's incident response. I also call on our CEO to explore whether centralizing some of the transportation and traffic-related functions of the county would help to improve our responsiveness in incidents like this and strengthen our relationships with all of our communities. Third, as I've shared, fatalities are increasing nationally and have remained high for the last few years, particularly during COVID. We need to solve traffic fatalities systemically if we hope to save lives. As a result, this motion calls for a report back on a dedicated Vision Zero budget and a review of the automated enforcement tools in our toolbox to change bad driving behavior, as well as plan to address the top speeding intersections countywide. I really want to thank members of the community who called in today, and I want to share that my office will be hosting a community forum in September to share information on the county's response and to provide details on resources that community members may want to access. Colleagues, I urge your aye vote, and I thank you. Questions or comments? Seeing none, item 23 is before us. I will move it. Ask Supervisor Solis to second it, to second the motion to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 23 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Yes.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you very much. We're going to move into specials, and I have one motion that I would like to read in involving youth in our juvenile detention facilities. I spent half a Saturday during our break by spending the morning talking to a group of young men who are incarcerated at Barry J. Nydorf Juvenile Hall, and heard and witnessed their living conditions and heard their stories, which include their dreams for themselves and their future, stories about the conditions under which they're living. Spent time with volunteers who were there every week, as well as hearing from staff and hearing firsthand from staff their really kind of deep sadness about the chronic absenteeism and call-outs that have led to a real staffing challenge at that facility. With the population of youth dispositioned to a secure track facility expected to grow up to potentially 170, we really can't delay moving them to a facility that can more appropriately meet their needs and create a safer environment. So I'd like to read in the following motion to agendize an urgent and necessary discussion on the crisis at Barry J. Nydorf Juvenile Hall. I therefore move that the Board of Supervisors instruct the Chief Probation Officer and the Executive Director of the Probation Oversight Commission to report back to the Board of Supervisors in open session during the special meeting on September 6th to provide an update on the conditions at Barry J. Nydorf Juvenile Hall and efforts to move youth disposition to secure youth track from Barry J. to Campus Kilpatrick. We will move on now to adjournments in memory. The order today, we will begin with Supervisorial District 3. And since our colleague is not with us, we'll move on to Supervisorial District 4. Supervisor Hahn?
Yeah, could I just get a clarification? So we're not voting on your special to have that on that agenda on the 26th, or we didn't vote on that? We don't need to?
I'm looking for clarification from the executive officer.
Yes, we would definitely need to vote on this to place it on the September 6th.
Okay.
I didn't want to adjourn in memory of your motion.
I appreciate that very, very much. Supervisor Solis, you? Okay, I thought I saw your hand move like, okay, calling me. So I will move that we have the read in motion agendized for September 6th. Can I get a second?
Second.
Supervisor Solis, seconded. Please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Kuehl, I'm sorry, Kuehl's absent. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. Thanks for the save, Supervisor Hahn. I owe you. Appreciate that. So now I'm going to go to you for your adjournments in memory.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Derek Traeger, who was one of our ocean lifeguards, LA County lifeguards, who faithfully served the county for 6 years. He was the last assigned to the Santa Monica Beach, but he was born and raised in San Pedro, where he learned to swim and surf. He was an LA County junior lifeguard, which many of our lifeguards start there. And he was a cadet for 2 years. He swam for San Pedro High School and was captain of the San Pedro High surf team before attending Cal State University Long Beach. It's been said that he was a natural leader, a role model, and that he understood better than most what it means to wear the red lifeguard trunks and represent the Los Angeles County Fire Department Lifeguard Division. His passion for life, for art, the ocean, his lifeguard family were evident in every moment he lived. He was only 26 when he passed away in an accident, not related to being a lifeguard. It was I think it was a motorcycle accident. But I was privileged to join his enormous friends and family and everyone that saw it on Facebook. They did a paddle out last Sunday morning where they paddled out at our county Royal Palms, White Point Beach, and it was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. All the lifeguard management were there, and again, I have never seen so many young people who got their boards and paddled out to give him his final goodbye. So he's survived by his dear parents, Stephen and Catherine. And again, I've never seen so many friends in my life show up to say goodbye to someone. And our colleagues, we appreciated his service with the county. Catherine, did you want to second that?
I do. My heart breaks, Janice, and thank you for bringing this in. I think, I think this would be appropriate for all board.
Please add us all.
I think so too. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Ephraim Mendoza, who was a longtime resident of San Pedro. He was 83 when he passed away. Ephraim graduated from San Pedro High School, went on to receive his electrician's certification from LA Trade Tech College. He retired from Long Beach Naval Shipyard, where he was a supervisor. He remained an active member of the National Active and Retired Federal Employees Association for many years. In retirement, Ephraim enjoyed hunting and fly fishing. He was a member of the Long Beach Casting Club and loved to build custom fly rods and flies. He and his wife, Irene, enjoyed travel around the country in their RV, traveling abroad with the San Pedro Wednesday Club. He and Irene were very close to their children and grandchildren. Irene first worked for Councilmember Rudy Savornich in his council office. And then when I became a councilwoman in that same district, Irene was my district director for many years. And honestly, I know people say this about couples, but you just can't picture Ephraim without Irene or Irene without Ephraim. They were such an amazing couple. and strong family. Ephraim had a warm smile and hug anytime you saw him, and he was just a great encourager. Irene survives him, and his children, Ephraim Jr., Michael, and Vicky, and then 5 grandchildren. May he rest in peace. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Jean Good, who was a longtime resident of La Habra Heights, and she was the city's first mayor and passed away at the age of 94. Jean was instrumental in La Habra Heights' bid to become its own city, and she championed the fight to keep it as a rural living community. She was passionate about civic engagement and on several occasions rallied like-minded residents together to defend their community during land use hearings. She served on the city council for 12 years and was a mayor 4 times. She's fondly remembered by those who knew her as a trailblazer and always the most interesting person in the room. She's survived by her children, Roger, Lori, Julie, 4 grandchildren, and 4 great-grandchildren. And another former mayor of one of our cities passed away, Joe Esquivel, who was the former city council member and mayor of Lakewood, passed away. He was 89. He served the city honorably for 21 years, and while in office, Joe championed public safety by working with the sheriff's department to target crime hotspots. He also helped to modernize the city's system of water wells, water mains, and storage facilities to ensure safe, clean drinking water for all residents. Very forward-thinking of him. He was a volunteer coach for 13 years, coaching 8- and 9-year-old kids through the Lakewood Youth Sports Program. He also served as a member of the city's Recreation and Community Services Commission for 18 years. He was predeceased by his wife, Pat. He's survived by his children, Debbie, Diane, and Doug, and 4 grandchildren. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my adjournments.
Thank you. Supervisor Barker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm moved that we adjourn today. We do so in memory of Carmen Ramirez, and I think this is going to be all colleagues. The Honorable Carmen Ramirez, a resident of the city of Oxnard and the first Latina supervisor at the County of Ventura, passed away tragically on August 12, 2022, at the age of 73. Supervisor Ramirez will be remembered for the exceptional leadership she displayed as a public servant, including her tenure as an Oxnard City Council member, Ventura County Supervisor, and first Vice President of the Southern California Association of Governments. She made her efforts known to her community through her dedication to championing causes such as sustainability, mobility, and equity. She showed tireless support and advocacy for civic organizations during her career, including the Ventura County Air Pollution Control District, the Ventura County Community Foundation, the Ventura County Transportation Commission, the Camarillo and Oxnard Airport Authorities, and the Center for Civic Education. Supervisor Ramirez also made significant contributions to the coordination of regional planning issues, which ultimately improved the quality of life for the residents she served during her time on the Regional Council and Energy and Environment Committee. Most of all, she will be remembered for her trailblazing leadership, her kindness, and her intelligence that enriched the lives of everyone fortunate enough to have known and worked with her. She's survived by her husband, Roy Prince, and her siblings, Ronaldo Joseph Ramirez, Jean Ramirez Jr., Maria Elena Ramirez, and Rose Maria Ramirez. May she rest in peace. I also move that we adjourn today in memory of Betty Kathleen Klein Hutchinson, a resident of San Marino who passed away on June 15th after a 5-year battle with cancer. Betty was raised in Virginia and attended the University of Tennessee, where she earned her bachelor's in business and music. She would then go on to earn her MBA from the University of Georgetown and secure a job with IBM. Betty also worked at the Walt Disney Company, PricewaterhouseCoopers, and Bureau Veritas. Betty lived in San Marino for 22 years with her husband, John. She was very active in the community, and she was involved with PTA, youth sports, athletic boosters, music and drama groups, drumline, and scouting. She received Carver Elementary School's Golden Nugget Award, Huntington Middle School's Huntington Halo, and San Marino High School's Terrific Titan, and the PTA Founders Day Honorary Services Award. She was also a member of the Pasadena Showcase House for the Arts. Betty's loving presence and kind demeanor will be deeply missed. She is survived by her husband, John, her son, John Michael, her mother, Janice Klein, and her brother, Richard Klein. Also, that we adjourn in memory of David Jansen Jr., a longtime resident of Santa Clarita who passed away at the age of 49. David was born in Burbank, California. He moved with his family to Santa Clarita, where he began school and graduated from Saugus High School. After graduating high school, he became a commercial electrician. He worked in the trade for years before starting his own business. He opened Santa Clarita Power Systems and the SC Power and built up companies to serve all of California. At the age of 17, he was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, which he battled until he was 43 when he received a pancreas and kidney transplant. He used his experience with this disease to help those diagnosed and their families navigate their battle with type 1 diabetes. He was passionate about baseball and played throughout his life. He also coached youth teams, including the tournament team for his stepdaughter. He was an advocate for Basset Hound rescues and adopted several hounds in his lifetime. David is survived by his wife, Lisa, stepdaughters, Caitlin and Kylie, sisters, Patty and Natalie, brother, Mike, and his parents, Dave and Sally. Also, that we adjourn in memory of John J. Lynch, a longtime resident of Valencia, who passed away at the age of 74. Jay was born in Chicago, Illinois. His family moved frequently throughout the Midwest and California throughout his childhood. He joined the United States Navy in 1969 and served in Iceland for most of his enlistment. He spent most of his working years in Southern California in the hospitality industry, working in restaurants and at the Los Angeles Music Center. Later in life, he operated Blue Jay Cleaning, his own carpet, upholstery, and window cleaning business in Santa Clarita Valley. He retired in 2012. His children were his pride and joy, devoting his life to them and supporting their dreams. He was their biggest fan and attended early morning cross-country meets and weekend cheer competitions. Jay is survived by his wife, Janice, son, Joshua, and daughter, Jamie. Also, that we adjourn in memory of Victor Vic Meese, Los Angeles County firefighter Vic Meese had passed away on August 14, 2022. Vic worked as a sheriff's deputy and then as a firefighter for the Los Angeles County Fire Department for more than 40 years. He retired from Station 24 in Palmdale. Born March 18, 1938 in Iowa, Vic came to the Antelope Valley after serving in the U.S. Marine Corps. He was preceded in death by his wife, Cherry, of nearly 60 years in 2019. Vic is survived by his daughter, Jennifer, and son, Jeff, their spouses, and 2 grandchildren. Also, we're adjourning in memory of Jack Samuelson, builder and developer from La Cañada, who passed away July 17th. At the young age of 19, Jack served in the Navy and fought in World War II, where he was a gunnery officer during the invasion of Okinawa. After his time in the Navy, Jack joined his brother Bob and formed Samuelson Brothers, a general contracting company. He left a long-standing impact in the communities that he served through his many construction projects, including several affordable housing initiatives. His company also took on many prominent projects on college campuses, constructing buildings and renovations at the University of Southern California, Occidental College, and Cal Lutheran University. These construction projects included Booth Hall, Herrick Memorial Chapel, Rush Gymnasium, and Keck Center. Along with these projects, the Samuelson brothers also built custom homes in the Foothill buildings at JPL and the La Cañada Presbyterian Church. Jack was involved extensively in La Cañada Presbyterian Church, where he started the Samuelson Charitable Foundation. The foundation was made to support church-related agencies involved in providing educational and spiritual enrichment. Jack is survived by his children and their spouses, including Reed and Joyce Samuelson, Chuck and Lisa Pa, Kevin and Laura Murphy, and David and Michelle Samuelson. Also, that we adjourn in memory of Natalie Ann Silk, a longtime Angelino and San Marino resident who passed away August 6, 2022 at the age of 95. Natalie grew up in Los Angeles, where she attended John Burroughs Junior High and Los Angeles High School. After graduating high school, she went on to attend UCLA and was a member of Alpha Delta Pi sorority. Natalie went on to teach the 3rd grade in El Rodeo Elementary School in Beverly Hills. She was also beloved by her students when they attended her wedding when she was married to her husband, Peter, at All Saints Episcopal Church in West Los Angeles. Natalie would go on to raise her 3 children in San Marino, where she was actively involved in the PTA as well as National Charity League. In her free time, she enjoyed her bridge groups, long walks, and her beagle, sewing, embroidery, and playing golf. She will be dearly missed by all those lucky enough to have known her. Natalie survived by her amazing children who I went to high school with, Louise Davis, Susie Berry, and Steve Silk, as well as her 7 grandchildren and 6 great-grandchildren. Also, we're adjourning in memory of Donald Paul Sturgis, a resident of Claremont. He was born in Virginia and grew up in Bradbury Heights, DC. He attended American University where he earned his bachelor's in math and physics. Donald continued his education by earning a master's of science degree in management and a master of arts degree from West Coast University. Following his discharge from the U.S. Army as a specialist 3rd class, Donald and his family settled in Claremont, where he lived for 60 years. He joined the Claremont Police Department's Community Patrol in 2010 and was recognized as Volunteer of the Year several times. He also volunteered with the Claremont Community Emergency Response Team. Donald was preceded in death by his wife, Mandy Sturgis, who passed away in 2002. He's survived by their 7 children, Lynn Thornstrom, Steve, Nancy, Mark, Todd, Doug, and Tom Sturgis, 17 grandchildren and 10 great-grandchildren. Also that we adjourn in memory of Gary Tobin, former president and CEO of the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce, who passed away on August 16, 2022 at the age of 74. Throughout his career, Gary worked tirelessly for people of Los Angeles to improve economic conditions for residents and businesses in the region. He will be remembered for his strong advocation on behalf of businesses and for his highlighting the far-reaching impacts that homelessness had on the business community in Los Angeles. His leadership and devotion led to the adoption of Measure H in 2017, which was the first revenue stream dedicated to preventing and addressing homelessness countywide. During his career, he participated in the mayor's LA Economy Jobs Committee, Los Angeles Health Care Options Task Force, and the LA City Council's Business Retention and Attraction Task Force. He also championed local and state ballot initiatives in transportation and economic development, acting as one of the co-sponsors of Proposition 11 to create a citizen commission to redistrict California after each census. Gary's impact on the Los Angeles business community and beyond will be felt for years to come, and he will be dearly missed by all those fortunate enough to have known him. Gary is survived by his wife, Janice, and his 4 children, Andrew, Seth, Devin Hawes, Kim, and Wyatt Hawes, and 9 grandchildren.
Catherine, can I join you on that? Absolutely. He was a good friend. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I've got 2 more. I'm sorry, Catherine M. Carey, who passed away on August 8th. She was born in Peabody, Massachusetts, the Irish Catholic daughter of a lawyer and school teacher. Kathy attended and graduated from Miramar College in 1967. She then became a 4th grade school teacher and began teaching in a small New Hampshire school district. In 1973, she went on strike and was fired by the school board. That experience inspired her to become a full-time union organizer for teachers and workers. She served as a director of communications for the Florida State Teachers Association, then moved to Hawaii to serve as a communications director there. In 1983, she was hired as communication director for United Teachers of Los Angeles, the largest teachers union in the country. During a political campaign in 1986, Kathy met Gary Townsend, a longtime member of the county assessor's office. Kathy and Gary loved each other immensely and were married in 1987. Unfortunately, Kathy dealt with numerous health issues beginning in 1995. She will be deeply missed by her husband and her many friends. And I move that the Board of Supervisors adjourn in memory of the following individuals who are identified as indigent veterans by the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner and were subsequently buried with dignity and honor at Riverside National Cemetery in the last month. David Luther DeVillers, Army; Robert Wayne Hutchins, Air Force; Glenn Richard Larimore, Army; Mark Stephen Lloyd, Navy; Richard Allen Matlock, Air Force; Herbert Minke, Army; Edward Messias Obledo, Marine Corps; Kevin Wayne Richmond, Army; David Allen Roberts, Army; James Stephen Taggart, Jr., Army; May their contributions and sacrifices in service to our country never be forgotten. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for indulging me with so many.
No, thank you very much. We appreciate you. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Tara Thomas. Tara Thomas passed away peacefully in her sleep on Thursday, August the 11th, 2022. Tara was a star of the LA culinary scene. In 1992, she opened her first restaurant in downtown Los Angeles in the Arts District at 410 Boyd. During her tenure at 410 Boyd, she was named each year as the best caterer by the Los Angeles Downtown News. In 1996, Tara opened Tracks, the 120-seat white tablecloth fine dining restaurant and a key participant in the redevelopment of Union Station. While helming Tracks, she garnered many awards in recognition of one of America's premier restaurateurs, including a featured article in Gourmet magazine. She was sought out by and had the privilege of cooking for many political luminaries on national, state, and civic levels. Presidents Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, Vice President Al Gore, and Senator Barbara Boxer chose her to cater their private receptions downtown. She hosted every living governor of California, as well as many other state and civic leaders, counting them as personal friends. In addition to being a world-class chef and restaurateur, Tara also had a lifelong passion for the arts and was well known in the LA art world, serving on the boards of the LA Municipal Art Gallery, the Art Share LA, a nonprofit foundation serving the greater art community in downtown LA. Tara will be remembered for her grace, style, generosity, love of life, wonderful sense of humor, wit, and ready laugh. She will be greatly missed by her family, friends, and all those fortunate enough to have been included in her circle of life and love. Tara is survived by her father, Hardy Thomas, her brother, Kirk Thomas, and her uncle, Anthony Eldridge. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Solis. When we adjourn today, colleagues, I ask that we adjourn in memory of two South LA natives, Terrell Watkins and Tara Rochelle Sullivan. Ms. Watkins was born on May 30th, 1947, and passed away July 28th here in LA at the age of 75. Ms. Watkins was the eldest daughter of Ted Watkins and was born and raised in Watts Willowbrook community of South LA. She committed her life to the Watts Labor Community Action Committee, a nonprofit founded by her father in 1965. She began volunteering at WLCAC while in high school and became an official staff member in 1975. She helped organize the campaign efforts for the development and construction of the King Jew Medical Center and conducted feasibility and strategic planning studies for the County of LA as well as the federal government. At WLCAC, Ms. Watkins oversaw the management of the annual operating budget and the endowment fund established by the Ford Foundation. She played a key role in real estate development projects, including the rebuilding of the organization's 35,000 square foot headquarters after it was destroyed by fire as a result of the 1992 LA uprising. In 1995, Ms. Watkins was proudly elected to serve as president of WLCAC. She continued to serve her community as an advisor for several educational institutions in South Los Angeles, including Southwest Community College and the University of Southern California. Ms. Watkins served on various advisory committees such as the Locke High School Visual and Performing Arts Technologies Committee, the Jordan Locke Adult School Board, the MTA Blue Line Development Council, and the Watts Economic Development Committee. To add to her list of services, she was a representative on the Community Development Bank Board and served as chair of the LA Empowerment Zone Oversight Committee. Ms. Watkins will be remembered as a force of positive, lasting change for her community. Not only was she a loving daughter, sister, mother, and friend, but she was a leader who spent really her entire life fighting for a better life for the residents of Watts. Part of her enduring legacy is found at the headquarters of WLCAC on Central Avenue. She is survived by her 4 children, Robin, Rodney, Ronald, and Rhonda, her 4 siblings, Lisa, Talman, Ted, Theodore, and Timothy, 5 grandchildren, a host of nieces and nephews, and many more, all across not only Watts, Willowbrook, but the entire LA County community. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Tara Rochelle Sullivan. Ms. Sullivan was born October 3rd, 1960 and passed away August 11th after a courageous battle with cancer. She was born in South Los Angeles and graduated from Crenshaw High School in 1979 and was a fearless fighter, defender of Crenshaw High School, and her classmates from the class of '79 are very proud Crenshaw Cougars. She enrolled in LA City College, where she finished an Associate of Arts degree in General Studies. Following her passion for interior design and decorating, she began taking courses at UCLA Extension, where she earned a certificate in Elements of Interior Design. In 2008, she founded her company, Creative Creations, where she designed residential and commercial interior spaces. She was known as an expert in logistics, planning, design, and customer relations. She had a true heart for service and worked as a council aide for the City of LA, Council District 8, Councilmember Marquise Harris Dawson. He told wonderful stories about Tara when he adjourned in her memory on the City Council floor last week. She was very active in supporting and advancing the rights of underserved and volunteered her time with organizations such as Community Build, Crystal Stairs, the Black Hollywood Education and Resource Center, and Bridge to Africa Connection. She traveled to Ghana, where she raised funds to provide medical supplies for a women and children's clinic. She sponsored education programs for young girls there and worked to provide library books to local schools. Ms. Sullivan was well respected in the community and viewed as a community partner and advocate. Most of all, she was proud to be a child of God. She will be missed by all who had the honor and privilege to know her, and she is survived by her mother, Hazel Sullivan, her sister and brother-in-law, Dr. Elisa and Ricky Johnson, and their 4 sons, as well as a host of extended, lifelong family and friends, including her City of LA colleagues. Thank you very much, colleagues. Without any objection, such will be the order. So that concludes today's meeting. The next special meeting of the board will be held on Tuesday, September 6th, 2022. The next regular meeting of the board will be held on Tuesday, September 13th, 2022. Thank you very much, colleagues. Have a good evening.
Happy Labor Day to everyone.
Same to you.
Thank you.
That's